the Energy Facility Siting Council to order. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Marcy Grill,
Here.
Ken Howe,
Here.
Hanley Jenkins,
Here.
Cindy Conlon,
Here.
Harry Chalktooth,
Here.
Ann Byer.
Here.
And just for the record, Madam Chair, Councilmember Truitt will be here, so make note of that, he arrives.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, are there any agenda modifications?
Madam Chair, the only sort of pseudo agenda modification is we will not be, council will not be voting on the August meeting minutes today. We had thought that would be the case, which is why we provided that and put it in the agenda. However, because it's a verbatim transcript, people were able to, were given the opportunity to provide edits to that if that was incorrect for the verbatim transcript. And I think October 10th was the date, or sometime in early October was the date that was given to provide or submit potential updates. So we'll bring those back to council at the October meeting.
Thank you. I have the following announcements. Please silence your cell phones. Those participating via phone or webinar, please mute your phone, and if you receive a phone call, please hang up from this call and dial back in after finishing the other call. For those signed on to the webinar, please do not broadcast your webcam. Reminder to council and to anyone addressing the council to please remember to state your full name clearly and not to use the speakerphone feature as it will create feedback. I do want to reiterate what Wally just said, that the microphone, the owls are very sensitive, so please restrict any sidebars and attempts at whispering because it will likely be broadcast.
Madam Chair, and then just also for those in the audience, they are very sensitive, so they may be picking up your side conversations as well. So just a heads up.
And we will remind you of that one more time. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, and one more, I know we do this and you noted this, but we have a court reporter present today. So getting a verbatim transcript again, so please a reminder, when you begin speaking, please state the name.
Thank you. For agenda item B, the material change hearing, and agenda item C, public comment period, there are 3 ways to let us know you are interested in providing comments to the council. For those in person, please fill out a registration card, which is available on the table near the entrance, and submit to Sarah Esterson. For those using the WebEx, you will need to use the raise your hand feature. For those on the phone only, you will need to press *3, which will alert us that you wish to speak. We will go over these options again during those agenda items. You may sign up for email notices by clicking the link on the agenda or the council webpage. You are also welcome to access the online mapping tool and any documents by visiting our website. Energy Facility Siting Council meetings shall be conducted in a respectful and courteous manner where everyone is allowed to state their positions at the appropriate times consistent with council rules and procedures. Willful, accusatory, offensive, insulting, threatening, insolent, or slanderous comments which disrupt the council meeting are not acceptable. Pursuant to Oregon Administrative Rule 345-011-0080, any person who engages in unacceptable conduct which disrupts the meeting may be expelled. We are going to move. Good morning. For the record, Councilmember Truitt has arrived. Our next agenda item is agenda item A, which is the consent calendar. As previously indicated, we will not be voting on the August meeting minutes today. Approval of the August 29th, 30th, 31st, 2022 meeting minutes are being held over until November to allow participants the ability to recommend corrections to the verbatim, which are part of those minutes. Participants have until October 10th, 2022 to submit their recommended corrections. Next up is the council secretary report. Mr. Secretary.
Madam Chair. First, I will do staff and council updates. Last week was the legislative days for the Oregon State Legislature, and the Senate Rules Committee evaluated board and commission appointments and reappointments, and the full Senate voted on those commission appointments and reappointments on Friday, the 23rd. So Chair Grail and Vice Chair Howe were appointed to new terms. Their new terms are July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2026. In terms of staffing, yesterday we concluded the rulemaking coordinator recruitment again. Our new rulemaking coordinator, his name is Thomas Jackson. He starts on October 10th. Tom is currently the e-discovery coordinator at DHS and OHA, so Department of Human Services and Oregon Health Authority, where he has been for the last 6 years. In that role, he advises on e-discovery and public records requests, provides counsel on pending records legislation, brings together stakeholders across agencies to accept policy proposals, and drafts security policies and processes to assist agency compliance with security protocols, among other things, part of his responsibilities. Tom was previously a practicing attorney who worked on intellectual property, commercial litigation, and patent litigation. He has a JD from the UCLA Law School and a Bachelor of Science in Sociology from Brigham Young University. So we are very happy to have him join our team and certainly bring him into probably the October council meeting. Some project updates. First, the protected area rulemaking. We had anticipated to have that rulemaking on this month's agenda, but there were several questions and issues that were raised by different groups related to the substance as well as some of the procedural aspects. And so we're still looking into those. We want to make sure that we get those responses correct. We anticipate having that on the October agenda. Unfortunately, what it means is that because we had to spend a little more time on that, it'll put us behind on a few other rulemakings. So next is the Oregon Trail Solar Project update. So on August 31st, the department received the preliminary application for site certificate. Oh, sorry, I said. Is it Oregon Trail or Wagon Trail? Oregon Trails. Yeah, I got that wrong. So amendment number 1. So Oregon Trail Solar Amendment number 1, excuse me. So the project, I'm gonna have to go back to that one since I think I mixed and matched between Oregon Trail Solar and Wagon Trail Solar. So I've got the wrong information in here. My apologies for that. But that's the, that's amendment number 1 to extend the time frames, the beginning time frames for the Oregon Trail Solar, right? So I'll have a better update next time. I do have a better update on West End Solar. So on September 19th, the department determined that the West End Solar Energy Project application was complete. So the project is a proposed solar PV generation facility with a generating capacity of 50 megawatts. The facility would be located within an approximately 324-acre site boundary. Project is proposed in Uintah County, 2 miles southeast of the city of Hermiston. EE West End Solar LLC is the applicant. They are a subsidiary of Eurus Energy Corporation. The complete application was posted to the website, project website, and reviewing agency memos were sent out yesterday, September 26th. Tomorrow, September 28th, public notice and newspaper notice will go out. And we have established a remote public information meeting on the complete application on October 10th at 5:30 p.m. So it's a rather small project. We haven't really received an expedited review because of the size of it. We haven't received much in the way of interest or concern. So we determined that a remote public information meeting was adequate rather than doing an in-person. And so if any council members want to attend that remotely, we can send you the information on that meeting for October 10th. A couple other updates. So on September 8th, I sent council members a resolution by the Oregon Board of Agriculture related to concerns about the cumulative impacts of energy infrastructure to highly productive agricultural lands. Jim Johnson, the Oregon Department of Agriculture's Land Use and Water Planning Coordinator, had shared the resolution with me, and so I want to make sure that was sent out to council. So while this resolution does not name FSEC and FSEC jurisdictional projects specifically, I thought it was valuable to share with you because of potential implications. It does call out specifically the Land Conservation Development Commission and the solar siting rules. It's important to remember that anything that LCDC does related to the solar siting rules will ultimately be incorporated and implemented through the council's land use standard. So while there may not be direct implication, there could be indirect implication. So it's important for us to keep up on those things and certainly for council to be aware of those. Next is during last council meeting, I gave an update on the Verde group who's doing sort of an overall working group associated with a large group of stakeholders about citing energy facilities and transmission in Oregon. So again, that group's been meeting every Friday from 1 to 3. It's all remote. It's a lot of people. There was like 70 people, some of the meetings. So very broadly attended, very broad array of stakeholders. Thus far, it's largely been just a lot of sharing of information about the varying groups, what they do, what they're interested in, what their concerns are. And so at the last meeting, they did bring up potential legislative concept. It's really just a placeholder. I don't know at this point if there would be anything substantive or if it would just be potentially a study bill. But that was put in there. The relating to clause was discussed and the sort of specifics of that. But as I said, it's still very early on, and the details of even that kind of placeholder legislative concept is still being evaluated, and they're taking input on what that should be. Last on my list is the next council meeting. So Friday, October 28th, we will need to have a council meeting. We have an agenda, and I currently have everybody listed as available for participation. If that has changed or if that does change, please contact either Nancy or myself or both. Otherwise, that will be the date, and we haven't determined, have not yet determined a location. And unless there are any questions by council members, that concludes my secretary.
Thank you. So the next agenda item is agenda item B. And since I've recused myself, this is Chair Grail for the record, since I've recused myself from any action items associated with the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line project, I'm going to hand over agenda item B to Vice Chair Howe. If it's okay, I'm just going to stay here, but I will not be speaking or saying anything during this time. Vice Chair Howe.
Thank you, Chair Guerrero. We'll now begin the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line hearing to adopt final order under ORS 469.370 sub 7, which includes a material change hearing. Kellen Hardyweather, Oregon Department of Energy Senior Siting Analyst, and Jesse Ratcliffe, Oregon Department of Justice Senior Assistant Attorney General of the Natural Resources Section, General Counsel Division, will be presenting. We'll first start with a project overview. Mr. Hardyweather.
And Mr. Vice Chair, just so everybody's clear, Jesse is online. So rather than being in person today, he is online. So just want to make sure that nobody was sort of missing the fact that he wasn't here in person. And Jesse, just checking in, making sure you can hear us correctly.
It's fine. Sorry, I'm not able to be here in person, not feeling my best this morning.
But the audio is working well for you?
It is.
Thank you.
Mr. Hardyweather.
All right, for the record, Kellen Hardyweather, and so we don't have our microphones, but so everything's, all right, good to go. All right, for the record, Kellen Hardyweather, Oregon Department of Energy Senior Siting Analyst. I'm going to be kicking off this agenda item, which is a hearing to adopt the final order. Here I have several steps that are going to line out what we're going to cover today. So I'm going to start off by doing a very brief overview of the facility. And then I'm going to pass the ball over to Jesse. And Jesse's going to go over the changes that were discussed at the August meeting from the hearing officer's proposed contested case order, or what we were calling the PCCO, which now we've included, and it's included in the draft final order as attachment 6. And we're calling it now the CCO, the contested case order, as amended by council and the direction that council gave staff to reflect in that order. So Jesse's going to walk through some of those changes that were made in that order. And then we're going to pass the ball back over to me, and where I'm going to go over in my presentation, the material changes that were directed from council that came out of the 3-day August council meetings in LeGrand. Council provided direction to staff, and we went through and we reflected some of those changes. Council looked at the exact language, some of the changes, we were kind of, Secretary Cornett captured in like a concept, and that's what was provided in the straw poll. So we'll go and look at that actual language today. Now, when we sent and made available the draft final order, we also provided a staff report, which was 19 pages. A lot of that was because we just actually pulled out the conditions, and some of them were really quite long. However, some of those long conditions maybe didn't have substantive changes to them, but we pulled those out. So I'm not going to be going through all of those conditions that had material changes in the staff report. In my presentation today, I really am it's very narrow to what council talked about at the August meeting. But if council wants to go to any of those conditions that are listed in the staff report, we can go there, and it might take a minute to pull that up, but we can look at those. As a reminder, in that staff report, there are material changes to conditions. However, some of the changes that we are saying are material changes were actual changes to a plan and not necessarily to a condition. So some of the conditions, just in a summary, say, hey, do this plan, submit and follow this plan. And so we actually have to go to the plan, because then there were some changes in the actual plans. But because that is a change in an action, we are capturing that as a material change. And then I'll also kind of talk about in my presentation of what are material changes, because I'm sure as council and members of the public kind of scrolled through that draft final order, you maybe said, wow, there's really a lot of red lines in this document. But what is actually captured as a material change is very narrow in scope. So in that draft final order, there were, to support a material change or a change in a condition, or some of the changes in the plans, we updated findings of facts, the findings and or the facts to support that condition change, particularly where it may have been conflicting to leave the previous information. So also going back to that staff report, to note that a lot of those the conditions in there were in the contested case order. So the hearing officer at the very end, there was a list of conditions. However, there were also conditions that were in her opinion section that kind of gave a narrative, story of, how it came about and who agreed, and based on which testimony or evidence that led to her recommendation for such conditions. So some of the conditions in the staff report and in the draft final order capture those. On that staff report, and when I get to going through some of the material changes, just because of the production cycle of doing the draft final order and the staff report and making them available, there are a couple changes that were reflected in the staff report that are not in the draft final order. But I just want to make sure that everybody understands the draft final order and not the staff report is really what we're looking at today. So after I do that, and then we're going to transition into the material change hearing. And Jesse is available for council. So if council really does have any questions for Jesse, we really encourage you to ask him. And then, you know, all of this is the hearing to adopt the final order. So during Jess's presentation and my presentation, if council wants clarity or questions or, you know, has a reason to see a change, then we can do that during those presentations. And then council will go into its deliberation after hearing the oral testimony on the material changes, to make its final decision. So a very brief overview, this slide we've seen before. We've come a long ways over a long period of time, and we are here. And we've come out of the contested case. The contested case was a contested case on the proposed order, right? And the result of that was the hearing officer's proposed contested case order, which then we looked at in August, which then all of that is reflected in this draft final order. And so now we're at the point where council may make its final decision at this meeting. Here is a kind of more recent procedural history. We've looked at this before, which leads us to today. I don't really need to go through any of this. We've all kind of been here for it, living this reality. What I wanted to make a note, and I can, if council has questions later on when you're getting to it, but I just wanted to make a note that either way, whether if council approves or denies the application for site certificate today, staff still has some work to do. Upon council's decision, staff are going to go into that draft final order and we're going to accept those changes, which may reflect any changes made today. Generally, when we do that, it's an administrative task, but we get kind of some wonky formatting. So we're going to have to go in and, you know, move some paragraphs and maybe some things underlined. So we're going to do that. We would also be doing that with the attachments that have some red lines in them. We would be doing that in the contested case order. There's also some, because of the formatting, we may have to like add some footnotes, etc. In the final order. We would be updating the procedural history to reflect what happened today. And then same thing with the site certificate. So we would accept, because right now the site certificate is in red line to reflect the changes and the conditions that are in the draft final order. So we would accept those, clean up any formatting. In the final order, we would be adding an appeal statement. And then those documents would be needed to be routed for signatures. So we would be doing that hopefully by the end of this week. So just so procedurally, council understands that we still have a little bit of work to do in that. Is there anything? Okay. Okay, so the proposed facility includes a predominantly 500 kV transmission line. However, there are some removal and rebuild of existing transmission lines. I have another slide where I'm going to note the alternative routes in my next one. The proposed facility also includes the Longhorn substation, communication stations. I don't have a slide for the related or supporting facilities, but related or supporting facilities include roads and lots of them. And then it also includes construction staging areas, pulling and tensioning sites. In the application, the applicant is requesting that the site boundary be considered a micrositing corridor. So the site boundary for the 500 kV transmission line is 500 feet, but the actual right of way, if the facility is constructed and operated, is going to be more narrow than that 500 feet. It just gives them an opportunity to move the transmission line around within that micrositing corridor to minimize or avoid impacts to resources that are evaluated under council standards. I know the map is hard to see. We've seen this slide before. without going through any painstaking detail of describing these alternative routes, what staff has provided and what's in that final order, is that the department and council has evaluated the alternative routes underneath the council standards with the proposed route. So any recommendations or site certificate conditions apply to all of them unless specifically identified in a condition that would only apply to one of the alternative routes. And an example of that is underneath the recreation standard. There's a condition that specifically applies to the Morgan Lake alternative. Also on here, council's tasked today with approving or denying the site certificate based on the preponderance of evidence that the applicant has demonstrated that it has met the council standards and applicable laws and statutes. And the preponderance of evidence, again, is more likely than not that they can do so. And that's very short. Patrick or Jesse can supplement my rudimentary summary there. The outcome of council's decision today and how council's process handles alternative routes or proposed routes is basically an up or down. Council does not have the jurisdiction to propose or recommend or approve routes that are not in the application. Okay, that's what I was gonna say. Okay, so was that what I was gonna say? Yes. Okay, so, Mr. Ratcliffe, I'm gonna pass it over to you, sir.
Thank you, Kellen. Good morning, Vice Chair Howe and members of the council. And again, I apologize for not being in person today. So my piece of the presentation here before we get into the material change hearing is going to be fairly brief. What I'm going to be talking about are changes to the contested case order that resulted from our prior meeting. And these, though, are changes that are not material changes. So Kellen talked about this a little bit, but just to go over it again, because this one can be a little confusing, is that when we've gotten to this stage in the process, the council may have considered making some changes to the hearing officer's proposed contested case order. She has done a lot of work on this. This is a lengthy order, and the council had some recommended changes. Not all of those are considered to be material changes. So what we're talking about here are not changes in the outcome to any condition or the overall recommended order. So these may be changes in some reasoning, some additions of findings of fact, and basically, extra details as the council may have suggested is necessary. And so that's what I'm going to be talking about here. So if you have any questions about these, I'm happy to answer them. But otherwise, I will just go ahead and get into this. So we have three categories of, sorry? We have three categories of changes to talk about here. The first is an additional finding of fact that was added to after finding of fact 68 to support the evaluation of issue HCA3. And this finding of fact has to do with the HPMP and just clarifying that this is going to be based on a visual assessment of historic properties that is conducted in accordance with another plan, the Visual Assessment of Historic Properties Study Plan. And that will all then be reviewed and commented on by both federal and state agencies and consulting parties through the federal process, the Section 106 process, and specifically it's the Bureau of Land Management's programmatic agreement. And the other addition here is just reflecting that the Oregon California Trails Association, which is an NGO that is concerned with Oregon Trail resources, is also a concurring party to this programmatic agreement and will be involved in the visual assessment. So that's the change there. The next change is a correction incorporating into the opinion for issue SS5, simply to clarify that the extent of work conducted to date has been done at a reconnaissance level. We talked about this briefly at the last meeting. There was some ambiguity in the hearing officer's proposed contested case order as to the level of detail of review that had been conducted, and so this is just a change to reflect the record that the work is reconnaissance level work at this point. The final set of changes has to do with an issue that we talked about at the end of the August meeting, where the hearing officer had dismissed a number of conditions that had been proposed by limited parties as untimely. They had been proposed in closing briefing. Now, with respect to some of these conditions, proposed conditions, the hearing officer had provided an alternate rationale as to why the conditions were not being incorporated. However, with certain of the conditions, she didn't go beyond her finding that they were untimely. So it's my recommendation that the proposed contested case order be corrected, that the untimely rationale be replaced, and that the council is providing specific other rationales for why these conditions are not being adopted. And the overarching reason here is simply that, we've done all these straw polls on the various standards, and the council has concluded, with some modifications that Kellen will be talking about here shortly, but has otherwise concluded that the standards have been met. And fundamentally, as part of that, that means that that no other conditions are required to meet the standards. So there have been a number of other conditions that have been proposed, but are not necessary to meet the standard. And some additional explanation is given in some instances as you go through the issues and the specific proposed conditions in the revisions to the proposed contested case order, but that is kind of the overarching reason here. So those are the set of changes then that don't meet this material change threshold, but wanted to highlight them since the council hasn't seen them down on paper yet, and have an opportunity to ask any questions that you might have.
Any questions from council or council Ratcliffe? Okay, I guess we're back to Ms. Tardy-Red.
All right, for the record, Kellen Tardy-Weather. I'm going to now walk council through the material changes that were discussed and directed by council at the August council meeting. I just do want to note that in the draft final order, in council's review of the proposed contested case order, proposed order, and exceptions to the proposed contested case order, and responses to exceptions to the proposed contested case order, August was a big meeting. Council also asked staff to include items to be reflected in the draft final order that were more of a reflection or updating findings of fact. One of those, just as an example, is under the needs standard, the discussion about the application and the proposed order relied upon the 2017 acknowledgement, Oregon Public Utility Commission's acknowledgement of Idaho Power's IRP, our integrated resource plan, and through the contested case, Idaho Power actually submitted the 2019 IRP and PUC's acknowledgement of that, and council asked staff to just weave in or acknowledge that that had happened so that in the final order, that is reflected. So that is an update, that's an example of an updated fact, which does not constitute a material change. Therefore, it's not in the staff report and it's not being covered today in my presentation. But I just, as council walked through that draft final order, that is just one of those examples of an updated fact that provided through the contested case proceeding and reflected in the contested case order that council reviewed and it is amending. So material changes are substantive changes to conditions or an action. For instance, if for some reason at August, council reversed a recommendation, we don't have any examples of that, but that would be considered a material change that would be open for today. Really what happened from August and what's reflected in the draft final order are changes to conditions or, a plan that a condition points to. So here are a couple statutes. The statute, this ORS 469-377 is the governing statute that really tells us what we're doing today. This is this hearing to adopt a final order to which we're allowing participants in the contested case proceeding to comment on any of these material changes. So, and this statute points us to, changes to the proposed order, including material changes to conditions of approval resulting from the council's review. The other statute I have here is 469-370 sub 5B. This is the statute that kind of provides direction of how participants may enter into the contested case. However, here it kind of gives insight to, again, what a material change is, an action that's recommended, including any recommended conditions of approval. So this is the scope of what we're looking at today, and really why maybe that the staff report was long. It really, some of those material changes are pretty minor. However, we did change to it count as a material change. I'm going to go back here. So also in my presentation, because I just want, and again, council, if you have questions, let me know, but I'm trying to make this as, informative and helpful for council. So I'm going to leave the PowerPoint presentation and try to pull up the documents to look at, particularly the draft final order. But just bear with me as I kind of toggle in between these items. Now I wanted to, this is the staff report. In the staff report, let me move this, see over here, okay. We have this, oh, we're not on it. Oh, it's only letting me share one thing. Okay, hold on. Bear with me here. Comment away. In the staff report, there was this change reflected in the general standard of review. That bigger? Okay. this change is not reflected. This did not get carried. This was an edit that, accidentally got carried over, into that staff report, but it is not in the draft final, pardon me, as I scroll through here. Was that 6? 6, okay. So now here's what it actually looks like, which in the draft final order. And this is a mandatory condition. So that's the certificate holder shall design, construct, and operate the retirement facility. And the first one here is substantially as described in the site certificate. So here, no change. So just pointing out that there's a discrepancy in the staff report there for council. On this note, this is also something, as I noted, that staff does have work to do after council's decision today. One of those is completing accepting the changes in the site certificate, but we also add in the description of the facility in the front end of the site certificate. And that description is pulled from, I don't know if you can see my mouse over here. In the draft final order, we describe the facility and related or supporting facilities. So all of that would be pulled into that site certificate. So really as this, and then this works with this mandatory condition because the applicant certificate holder would have to substantially construct and operate and retire the facility consistent with that description. So it's just pointing out the discrepancy there. Okay, so in August, council reviewed, now this is, it's a little bit, it's in our draft final order. We also give council a summary of the material changes. And that is up here. Okay, so here, so this is basically a summary of the staff report, but this is accurate. For instance, the general standard of review isn't on here. So we have section 5D for soil protection, and the blasting plan, the draft blasting plan is attachment G5 of the draft final order, and it's imposed under a soil protection condition. But council actually, we talked about the blasting plan in response to an exception filed underneath the structural standard. So it kind of fits in both. And that's where we reflected under structural, correct? The changes to the blasting plan in the findings in the draft final order. We talked about those changes in the plan under the structural standard. So this really should say soil protection / structural, but I'm going to go there. So council did look, and our esteemed colleague, Chris Clark, looked into potential regulatory requirements for notice distance to landowners that may be impacted or adjacent to any blasting activities. And we looked at that language, but I'm just going to go to the plan now and have council look and see what it ended up with. This was in the section of the blasting plan that already talked about notification. And just, does that look okay? Does council have any questions? Yes, Councilor Fine.
Thank you, Cindy Condon, for the record. I had a question, just related to, so this talks about the construction contractor identifies the responsibility there. It wasn't clear to me what comes next. Like if the landowner says, I don't, or not that I don't agree, but I'm still concerned about X, Y, Z. get that this is a requirement to discuss. But is there a process built in that it's not just one party telling, telling the landowner, but there's a response to that the landowner has, I don't know, some type of dispute, or and I might have missed it in the other language, but I was just curious what the other side is.
This is Sarah Esterson for the record. The blasting plan doesn't have a dispute resolution process, but I would point to our compliance program and how if an individual is not satisfied with the outcome of an impact, they can report to the department, request an inspection. This plan, I think we talked about before, does have requirements for seismic monitoring at the nearest structures in proximity to blasting. So that would monitor shaking. Then they also have built in here, working with landowners that would have, I think it's wells specifically. And so if those landowners are interested in like pre-blasting testing, they can work together. But I don't think that was your specific question. So if they're still concerned after receiving the notification of either what's going to happen or what happened after, I would say they're going to have to contact us.
Okay.
But like this says, the contractor contact information is there. It's just that the plan doesn't have a process where we would come in and be part of it unless they notify us.
Yeah, just looking for clarity, but you are, I guess. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is Hannah, I think it was Wells and Springs.
Right. And we can go to, I think it's, actually they brought it into the commission. Into sort of-
Sorry, I'm having a little trouble here again.
Okay. I'll talk louder and slower.
So we're just in the draft final order. This is an example of the updated findings of fact, right, to that point to those changes. But I'm just looking for, okay, so we did that on, in soil protection. And then, right, Sarah, make that bigger. So then this was, was it, whoa, the contested case order, and this, as a summary of, it was applicant representation through the contested case, that, was then reflected in the condition. So this also is, it's interesting because in the staff report, so this is a condition, the soil protection condition 4 is a material change because of this, but then the blasting plan is a material change because of the added notification. So this is kind of a good example of, it's dual parts. There we go. Okay. So that's our, yes. Oh,
So I think this is in soil protection standard, and I think that addresses your concern about what if you don't agree? And so then there's the requirement that they do the pre-blasting evaluation of the natural springs and wells, and then the certificate holder shall compensate the landowner for adequate repairs or replacement.
For springs and wells.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on this one from council? Okay.
Okay.
Back to Ms. Tardy.
all righty. Moving on. Council, we took quite a bit of time looking at underneath the retirement financial assurance standard, retirement financial assurance condition 5, which in council's review of the draft proposed order, council at that time wanted the ability to be able to receive updates on several items that are outlined in the condition, but basically every 5 years. I just want to do a head nod to Max's favorite word, Max Woods, previous senior policy advisor, is that we got quinquennial into a condition, which is very exciting. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to the draft final order and I'm gonna find this condition here. So we're gonna look at it and see if we like it. Okay. Right, so here we have the updated findings to reflect that reflect the hearing officer's conclusions and also the council, the council decision to modify this condition, which is down here. Right, so those are just kind of the updated in text findings. Which also means that we kind of strike out some that maybe have been updated. Okay. So this sub A is, I'll make that bigger. Okay, so this is one aspect of it. I just wanted to note on this because of the added lettering. We did update in this and, was it just this condition? Yeah. Sorry, Hannah?
You have an edit there that you need on the last line, the red. Should be, I think it should be restore the site to a useful non-hazardous. So it's for.
I think that seems to be satisfactory to me. There you go. Okay, so this is the aspect, or this is basically this is the part that gives council ultimate authority. So at any point in time, council can require the certificate holder to submit a bond, but also that the council, if desired, can request the applicant to come back. Sorry, I'm not capturing it very well, but at this point, council really retains the ultimate authority to update the bond or letter of credit at any point in time. And so if council chose to exercise this, council could say, within 2 weeks, within 30 days, please come to council and provide this evidence, or we can have a discussion, et cetera. So that is this part, and I'm just going to go down here. Yes, sorry, Councilmember.
Cindy comment. So question for you. When I heard you just say, one of them, and missed for me here, was at times certain. So that we have the right to request it and we have the right to say within 30 days. And did I understand you to say that doesn't need to be in the condition, the time, 30 days, 60 days, whatever, or it can be in another document?
I can respond to that. So, Councilmember Condon, I think it's implicit within the language of here. Council has the authority to establish whatever time frame they want for, in this case, having the power to submit a bond. You can certainly be more explicit if you want to, less than, if you wanted to change this to put some very specific guardrails. But I believe at least the department's reading of this is you have that authority implicit within this language already. And so if you're doing that review and comes to the conclusion, the council comes to the conclusion that a bond letter of credit needs to be submitted, there is a justification for that. And I believe, that will require a vote of the council. And within that vote, you could establish what the timeframes you are interested in for that being submitted.
Counselor Clinton?
So just to respond, so the applicant, Idaho Power in this case, has some uncertainty on the beginning, at the beginning at this time, as we look at timeframe, would be, so would their first notice be, we want the security posted in this form? Or is there a conversation with the applicant? I'm trying to get certainty for us and the applicant about this is what this really means.
Again, for the record, the way I see this playing out is, if some information comes to light that the council is interested in, then you would say, we want to evaluate whether, a financial instrument is required at this point in time. Idaho Power would be required to submit information. We would evaluate that. We may rely upon, third-party contractor to help us evaluate that, to understand the broader context of, the energy sector and specifically transmission lines at that time. We would come to council with a presentation. Certainly, Idaho Power would be allowed to present at that time. Ultimately, council would come to a conclusion. Is a financial instrument needed, required by council at that point in time? And you would either say yes or no. And I believe within that vote, your authority would be to, if you voted yes, would also be to establish a timeframe within which to submit that bond or letter of credit to the department, so we had it on file. Whether it's 2 weeks or 30 days or 60 days, I think that would probably be part of that discussion. I can certainly say that I am not familiar with the nuances of going to a financial institution and getting a bond or letter of credit. I don't know how quickly that can happen. I think that would probably be part of that discussion during that council meeting. If the council chose to require that, we probably want to have some input from Idaho Power to understand what the reasonableness would be for that time frame. And I think you would have the ability to establish that time frame within that vote itself.
Respond. So I do want to express my concern here is at the point that how this plays out in my mind is that we come to that decision in an emergency, an emergency case that we say, okay, we need a security instrument. And if we're thinking that others are thinking it, especially financial institutions whose job it is to assess risk. And so I realize that if they don't post the security, there are consequences, but the longer that time takes, the more risk I think we have. And so I just want to state that I do think there is some risk here. Thank you.
If I may, Patrick Rowe, Department of Justice, to address your concern, Councilmember Condon, and still need flexibility for you to address a time frame should this come up. You might consider inserting into this provision that we're looking at. States notwithstanding subsection B through G of this condition, the council retains the authority to require the certificate holder to submit a bond or letter of credit. Here you can insert language in a time frame identified by the council and in the estimated total commission, et cetera.
So that would be acceptable to me.
You take that and just so the council can see that.
Thank you.
Yes.
What was the last one? Identified by.
That's it. And
Just and, right?
So again, for the record, I'm looking kind of procedurally, and Jesse, looking for your input here. So it says this would be, this a straw poll at the August meeting would establish this. Is there a straw poll needed if the council wants to change this time, or just basically sort of a sort of a head nod acknowledgement. We'll look for your direction on that.
Yeah, this is Jesse Ratcliffe for the record. Just a head nod would be fine.
Okay. Any, I'm seeing. Okay. Counselor Chopton, I was just wondering if you were in, yeah, I saw
Yes.
your thumbs up. Okay. So we've got that unanimous. Counselor Condon.
And I have another comment, we might be getting to it, but in the, can you go down to the language on the financial, report, the 5-year report? And I believe we talked about this in August, in the August meeting. Then it be explicit in here that in the 5-year report, financial statements are required. There's no language that suggests, I think further down, there's a, sorry if I could find it on my computer as fast as you could, where we talk about what's included in the financial report.
There. Other information, but not limited to.
Yes, that. So a financial statement is not required in there, and, you know, I'm not sure what the expertise in the department is for analyzing financial statements, but a financial statement tells the condition of the organization. And so I would like it to be explicit that we have financial statements, no different than any other financial, quite frankly, in this case, we're playing financial services provided.
So what would, this is Hanley, what would you propose in
That included, I would be explicit about a financial statement is required, you know, including but not limited to a current financial statement. I prefer it to be audited, but that it be named specifically. So we're looking for it and they're expecting to submit it. In current financial statement. Do you need that current before financial? Please. Thank you.
Comments?
Council, so I'm not sure the current financial statement for that 5-year reporting period. It's the latest financial statement within that 5 years, so however.
Well, Councilmember Condon, yeah, that's what we were looking at. So I just added an S, right? So because it's like we're trying to capture if council decides, right, this to, in the time in between the 5 years, if council wants this information, the certificate holder provides it, but we don't really know at what point in time. So anyways, so I think current financial statements,
Sorry,
like capturing that.
yeah. And it allows-
supporting financial information?
Pardon?
Supporting financial information.
So, Councilor Truitt, are you saying in current financial state and current financial statements or supporting financial information.
I suppose I would just kind of lob that out there as an alternative. I don't disagree with how it's written, it's just providing in context.
Cindy, I do think it works. I didn't catch that.
Okay. So, Council Ratcliffe, head nods again.
Yes, that's fine.
I'm seeing head nods. Councilor Chopstick? Okay, unanimous head nods.
Thank you. I believe that, aside from administrative edits, is the extent. I have a question for Council Ratcliffe. So this condition was already on the list for material changes, which parties and the applicant will have an opportunity to comment on. So then the parties at the material change hearing would also be commenting on these changes that council just directed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, so we're moving over to recreation. I had kind of noted this in my introduction about conditions applying to the entire facility, including the proposed route and alternative routes, unless specifically identified in the condition. So this is one of those conditions that would apply to the Morgan Lake alternative. And this is the area near Morgan Lake Park, to which was evaluated underneath the recreation standard as well as other ones, but this condition is imposed here now through the contested case proceeding to address concerns from parties about potential impacts to the recreational opportunity from not only the developed areas, but the undeveloped areas around within Morgan Lake Park, which includes 2 lakes. The applicant went and did supplemental or additional visual impact assessments. And then through that process, represented a longer span for the shorter H-frame towers, which council wanted that reflected. It was also consistent with the contested case order. I have the snippet of it's a very minor change to this condition. However, it's a pretty significant change. I can go to this condition to support this change. The department did update those draft findings or the findings in underneath the recreation standard to reflect that additional work that needed to be done, because what was previously in the proposed order was the supplemental evaluation the applicant did and the subsequent condition change from their response to the DPO comments, and now through the contested case to respond to the concerns of this expanded area for the recreational opportunity. The applicant did this bigger evaluation. So all of those, it no longer made sense to keep kind of old findings to support an older condition for these H-frames. So now the findings are updated, those facts are updated to support this longer H-frame span. So does council want to go there, or is this okay?
Okay, council, do we need to drill down any more? Does this show that it captures the interest we had in that condition?
Very good.
And head nods, so.
All right, for these public services conditions, I'm gonna go to the draft final order. Public services condition 2, I'm gonna go to that one. The other one, public services condition 6, was a very minor change. Council just wanted to see approved by council in it, so we can go there, but just give me a moment to find this. Just 1 second here. Services condition. So this is in advance of the condition. This is where we update the facts to support the condition revision. Bear with me, I will find it here somewhere. Okay. So this Public Services Condition 2 is the traffic management plan. Where there would be a plan specific for each county. And now what we did here is that this is the hearing officer suggested this as its own new public services condition in the contested case order. And this, through the contested case came out of an applicant representation to address concerns. So rather than adding it in as its own separate standalone condition, we added it in as one of these components of the traffic management plan that would be included for each county. But this is verbatim how it's reflected in the contested case order.
Comments or questions from council? I think it looks good.
Okay. Right. I'm just going to move forward for public services. Is that okay? All right. Now, everybody's favorite topic. Let's make some noise. All right. We're going to go down and just look at our noise control conditions. I know, pardon me as I scroll madly through here. Now, I guess as we're going, as I'm getting to the conditions, and this is just for context for council, again, we're not considering these material changes, but the noise section is one of those sections where there were, pretty significant red lines. And the reason is that through the contested case, and also for council to keep in mind that through the application process, the record is open. But once the record of the hearing on the draft proposed order closes, the record is closed, right? And that includes comments on the DPO, applicants' responses to comments, council direction, etc. It's closed. But once the contested case opens, it opens back up and it's a filtering process of what the issues are. And during the contested case proceeding, the record is now open. So really the record on the application for site certificate, which reminds me, I wanted to talk about records with council, but we'll get to that later because it's a very exciting topic. But the record on the application, the decision-making record in council's rules includes the record of the proposed order, so which is basically everything, once the record closes, and also the record of the contested case. So all of that is what we're looking at here and boiling this down to for council to ask the question of whether or not the preponderance of evidence has been met. So underneath the noise section, and I'll just go here, table. There's pretty significant strikeout here. So, and this was really because in the order from the comments on the DPO, the issue of this monitoring position 11 and whether or not it was representative really was one of the primary issues in the contested case, to which the applicant went out and did additional ambient noise monitoring at 3 other monitoring positions. But, you know, so what the proposed order reflected was asking this question of whether or not MP monitoring position 11 was representative. But now, so really through the contested case, the findings are now reflected to show that there was additional monitoring that was conducted and that is reflected now in this section. And I'm gonna scroll, it's a big section, so I'm gonna get us to our noise conditions here. Maybe. Okay, so we have. Testing case. So I'm gonna change the condition to- Just 1 minute. So I'm on noise control condition 1. I know that council went through noise control condition 2. We kind of went through that at length. Actually, at the August meetings, we went through all of the noise conditions at length with the applicant and representatives of Stop B2H. And this was addressing their exceptions, which also included council heard, and we went through this process of looking at potential proposed changes that Stop B2H had proposed through the proceeding. So we looked at those. Now, did you? Right, so I had in my presentation, I was going to talk about noise control condition 1. They're very interrelated with condition 2, but actually council just did directed changes to noise control condition 2, which I'll go there but it does relate to condition 1. So I'll go down to condition 2. Oh.
Before you go to 2.
Yes, okay.
So this is Hanley, and I have a question on noise condition 1. I'm working off the staff report. I'm not working off of the final order. So on page 11 of the staff report, it identifies the changes in noise control condition 1. And there's changes in A and B, and go to the next page, and there's A and B. So there's something wrong there with your.
Yeah, and that was a carryover. I do want to know when we get to the staff report, it's one of these formatting things. So it is correct in the draft file.
Okay, so my substantive question is under on page 12, A4. It says, at the request of the noise sensitive receptor property owner, certificate holder will offer alternative mitigation proposals. Is that alternative to the windows, or is that in addition to the windows? It just says alternative, so I don't know whether it's a replacement for or in addition to.
Just one minute, Councilmember.
Sure.
Reading it. This was an applicant. Well, the noise conditions went back and forth pretty considerably.
So what this section does is it sets out, based on the level of impact, opportunities for resolving that impact. And one is between 11 and 14 decibels sound level, we've got one option. If you're exceeding the 14, we've got another. And then then there's an opportunity to negotiate between the landowner and the applicant. So I think what we were trying to do was identify a way for there to be some negotiation, I guess, and come up with other options. I don't think it was in addition to, I think it was as a replacement for, but that's kind of where I'm.
If I recall, and we do have the transcripts from the August meetings, but if I recall, Ms. Rackner, in her discussions of this, and I think the scenario she provided is, say somebody had a brand new house and they have lovely Anderson windows and they don't want new windows. I think that this isn't intended to be an or. If somebody doesn't want the noise attenuating windows and at their request to do so, these are some of the other options that they could be employed or negotiated with them to address those concerns.
As a replacement, so at the request of the NSR property owner, certificate holder will offer as an alternative to 1, 2, and 3 mitigation proposals.
Councilmember Jenkins, this is Jesse Ratcliffe. For the record, if I may, I think that the goal here is to provide an opportunity for a negotiation to attempt to resolve the issue. And so I don't, this sub 4 to me provides some, guideposts from the council to Idaho Power and to the NSR owners to how that might occur. And so, the council would be saying, well, if the NSR property owner isn't satisfied with the measures that are listed or above, we're asking Idaho Power to go ahead and offer up alternatives. I don't know that this, prohibits the parties from coming to a resolution that includes windows and something else. But I think that the idea here is just that we're trying to set up a process to resolve this through negotiation.
Yeah, this is Hanley. I'm just trying to come up with a more clear way of saying that.
Well, maybe this is Kent, and it could be including but not limited to language.
Well, I probably should say that anyway. What we have are examples, and we don't limit the examples to just those.
And if you use including but not limited to, then it leaves.
Yeah, it could influence. Does that work, Jesse?
Yes.
Without the inclusion of reasonable alternative mitigation proposals.
So then who's reason? I hesitate to use words that have to be defined.
So I guess the reason I say it is each situation is unique. If it's a brand new house and they don't need the windows or new insulation, a reasonable alternative could be landscaping, seeding trees, et cetera. See what you're saying, yeah. So I'm not dead set on.
Yeah, it's negotiable. That's the point here, is we're providing an opportunity to negotiate between the landowner and the applicant. So that's the important piece, just obviously. Yeah. Here's what we're trying to come up with something different. So I think we could have a limited to kind of resolve that whole issue.
Where's the rest of the council? Agreement? It's not. Councilor Choctor? Okay. I think we got that good enough on that, Council Ratcliffe?
Yes.
Okay. Back to you, Mr. Target.
Thank you. Noise control condition 2, even the hearing officer noted it in her proposed contested case order, that because this condition really went back and forth so much that she actually ultimately in her order kind of reflected the final changes to this condition. And then we also modified this condition in August. This is to say what I did in the draft final order. I just, rather than redline, I just totally deleted the original noise control condition 2. And I just put in the one from the contested case order and then made the changes that council talked about in August. So that said, and I apologize again, but this was just the nature of how it works when several people are working on something. This condition is a little bit different in the staff report than it is in the draft final order. It's I'll pull up because it's just at the place where council gave direction. So let me find it here. Okay. And so this is, shall. So that's condition. Okay.
Sorry, sir, can you read that?
What is being projected on the screen is not what's on the
Chairman Howe, while we're getting this posted, there's a paragraph it's on line 699 of the final order, sub E, sub 2. That first sentence doesn't make any sense to me, but maybe it's a technical statement. If it is determined that Corona noise is not typical burn period noise.
Page 7 of 6.
On the, on the computer, And it's that, paragraph 2, the last paragraph on 706. Just that sentence doesn't make any sense to me,
Councilor Byer, hold that thought while we finish.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't catch that. So it's okay. We're here. It's fine. That is to say, let's look at what is in front of us. And this was just what in our discussion of, addressing the condition language from Stop B2H, and this is what we talked about in August. And the straw poll this was the discussion of what is provided to the landowners. What is their, right. So we wanted them to have all of the condition language. And council also wanted there to be an easy to read, guidebook of what the opportunities for landowners are. And so this is staff and DOJ's cut at reflecting that.
comments from council or questions? Councilor Condon, I remember that was a lot of concern you were having. Did they seem to capture and address what you were interested in?
Thank you. Yes, when I was reading it, I was curious, looking at it from a distance might be different than looking at it close up as a property owner. With, there was no comment that I saw from the property owner that had issues with this, so. I don't know if there's any inside information on that. And it's understandable to a property owner that, yeah, got a plan and I know what my actions can be, then this is fine. Sure, it speaks to the conversation last night.
The other counselors comfortable with this condition number 2 language?
So, this is Counselor Meyer. I still don't know what sub E sub 2 means.
Okay. Let's go to that.
Let's go down there now. On our way down, council, I'm gonna take a stop here. And again, I don't think for some reason the edit didn't get carried over into the staff report, and I apologize about that, but this is in the draft final rule, order. Right, so this was not requiring that each of these aspects be included, but basically examples of the items that a landowner could include in its complaint. Such as.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Okay, so Councilmember Byer, you were on E with E2.
And it may refer to the burn-in period mentioned in sub 1. It feels like there's something missing in that sentence.
In 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just that first sentence just feels like there's something missing.
Typical. I would say it's not typical for burning.
Okay, so is your concern with the burden?
I think that's what it's referring to, but it's not clear there. So it's probably the burn-in period mentioned in sub 1.
This is Patrick review, that's correct.
Okay, good. It's just putting those words together isn't like, this doesn't make sense. So if the intent is to clarify things for the public,
If you like, you could state, if it is determined that the clone noise is not typical burn-in period noise referenced in sub E1 to clarify that.
Yeah.
that might help because it's a technical term I really wasn't familiar with.
Or you can put quotes around it like it is here.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, just the hyphenation. That's these words.
So, Mr. Chair, this is Hannah. I have a question about. So it talks about attachment X5, final order in and it goes on and says, the modeling sound level increases as presented in attachment X4. Is that the correct site or is it X5?
Can we just hit pause for one moment?
Yeah.
Let me first address Councilman.
Yeah.
Okay, let's manage the things.
But I think it's fair to do what you referenced, if Councilman Byer agrees, and just put burn-in period in quotes.
Yes,
And readily tied to the subsection immediately pursued.
thank you.
And I think we got headlines on that change, so. Okay.
The second quote, we move it next to.
Yeah. Should we see if there's reference to burn-in period in anywhere else?
There is this meeting, it's in the ECS.
Right. Like in other parts of the condition?
Councilman Byer, are you comfortable with what the changes?
Yes, thank you so much. This is just the one.
If I may, just a reminder for everybody, we are having the verbatim transcript. So the dialogue is helpful. So my own correction for the record, my own correction, it is helpful to make sure that we, are very clear that, limit the talking over one another and make sure that we indicate what our names are. And we don't have microphones in front of us, which I know people online can hear us very well, but in the room, please project your voices.
Thank you, Secretary Cornett. So I think we're good on Councilor Byers' adjustments to the language there with burn-ins and quotes. And so we'll move now to Councilor Jenkins, X4 or X5. A question on the lower part of double I.
Yeah, I think that's my question. It's the list, this is handling, list is attachment X5, but model sound level is model sound level increases as presented in attachment X4. So X4 must include sound level thresholds, where the list is in X5. Yes.
I'm going to go back to the condition, Councilmember Jenkins. What I have pulled up here is the table of contents. So X4 is the noise analysis results and X5 are the maps. And just quickly, and again, I'll go back to that condition. So these are the links to them. So these are the maps, the map set, and then, you know, I can't pull up my other tab. I can't see it. There it is.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, and so this is the results. Okay, so
Yep.
then,
Yep.
now let's go back to that, the condition itself. And I believe, isn't X7 the property owners? X7 is the property owner list, correct? Yeah, okay, yeah, so, yeah, got a lot of X here. So X7 is the list of the property owners. Let's find it here, okay. X4 is the results and X5 is the map sets that one would look at with X4. See the location of the NSRs.
So Councilor Jenkins.
I'm good.
You're good. Okay, so
Thank you.
back to you. Sorry.
Well, that was what we talked about in August.
So that does all of the conditions that we discussed back in August. Walk through that. So we, to the point now, it's a good time to take a break.
I think so, yeah, just, I mean, when we just close out noise again, so noise control, that in the step, there's other noise conditions that there are material changes to that came from the contested case order. I'm not talking, but these are what we talked about in August. Council didn't have any direction with the other conditions. However, in the material change hearing, parties or limit parties may raise those. But yes, that concludes my portion.
Okay, does a 10-minute break sound about right for council? Okay, we'll come back in at 10:20. Are you with us here? Wait to make sure he's with us. Councilor Ratcliffe, did you hear me? Yeah, there you go.
Yes, I can hear fine.
So there have been motions by Stop B2H and Ms. Gilbert to continue the material change hearing date due to inadequate time to review the material changes and the draft of the final order. There's also a response by Idaho Power to retain today's date and a response by Ms. Gilbert to Idaho Power's response. These have all been provided to council last Tuesday. Mr. Ratcliffe, can you provide us our options on this?
Sure. So the council can decide to grant or deny the motions that were filed. There were both requests for a continuation of the material change hearing. There were also requests for additional time to present. And council members, Vice Chair Howe and I had a conversation about the time limit specifically per presentation. Vice Chair Howe's proposal was that the parties each have 10 minutes to present rather than 5. In order to, we have a lot of stuff to take care of here in a relatively short period of time, but I went ahead and emailed the parties yesterday to give them a heads up that that was a potential outcome today of having a 10-minute comment period instead of 5. So that is on the table as well. But more broadly speaking, just what the council needs to do here is decide whether or not to grant the motions or not. And if what ends up happening is a decision to go with a longer time period for comment for each party, then technically what that would be a granting of the motion in part, denying it in part. And then once those decisions are made, then we can get into the material change hearing itself. And because these are formal motions, my suggestion would be that there is a formal vote on each of the motions, and then we can proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Council Ratcliffe. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Vice Chair, just for the record, just for clarity, so were you saying that the council should vote on each of the 4 motions that were submitted individually, or would a consolidated vote, which kind of dealt with everything that you talked about, be sufficient?
A consolidate, yes, thank you for the clarification. A consolidated motion would be acceptable. And again, if there's any proposed changes from the 5-minute period that had been initially proposed, then council should reflect that in the consolidated motion.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah.
Again, for the record, so we provided council 2 options, one to approve motions, one to deny the motions. But according to Jesse, they didn't include that sort of 5-minute to 10-minute change. So these would essentially not work, but we can tailor them as necessary based on wherever deliberation and ultimately where you're going with that. So.
And so this is Ken. But because of the nature of the, I believe, 18 changes that people could comment on, didn't make sense, or it didn't seem that we could, in a timely fashion, get through about how many people want to comment. One person, if they had the 3-minute time period or so on each change, that could almost be an hour. And so I'm thinking of this being a 10-minute comment time, these motions. So, and that would be their time to comment on all the changes that they went through. So, if somebody is ready to make a motion, yes.
I'll try. So, Mr. Chair, I move that we deny the request for continuation, continue with the material change hearing, and provide those people wishing to testify 10 minutes each to address those changes.
Is there a second?
This is Counselor Meyer, I second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Secretary Cornett. Call the roll.
Ann Meyer,
Yes.
Barry Chalky,
Yes.
Cindy Conlon,
Yes.
Anna Jenkins,
Yes.
Ken Howe,
Yes.
Jordan Schroeder.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Vice Chair.
So we will now hold the material change hearing. Council Ratcliffe, do I need to continue on with direction on the registration card, sign up and all that kind of stuff, or do you have some things you want to say first?
So I guess the only thing that I will say before we get started with the registration cards and getting people online to talk is that this part of the process is again limited to the material changes that Ms. Tardyweather presented earlier today. Because we have reached this point in the process where we are, kind of narrowing down over time before getting to the council's decision on the final order. For example, in the exceptions hearing, we had narrowed down to discussing the exceptions that limited parties had filed. We weren't talking about the fuller suite of issues that were in the contested case. Well, now here we're narrowed down just to those changes to the conditions that constitute material changes. So my advice to the council is that commenters here really do need to be kept to comments that are on the material changes. And as long as we're kind of staying within the scope, I think we're good. But, if folks are veering outside of that, then my recommendation is that we, ask them to kind of bring that back into discussing the specific material changes before us today.
Okay, thank you. So we will now hold the material change hearing. For those in person, please fill out a registration card available on the table near the entrance and submit to Sarah Esterson. For those using the WebEx, you'll need to use the raise your hand feature. And for those on the phone only, you'll need to press *3, which will alert us that you want to speak. So, Mr. Secretary, is there anyone in the room who would like to provide comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have two in the room who would like to provide comment.
Carl Nuta, appearing for Stop B2H.
Yes. Get the timer going.
Yes. For the record, Dr. Records, please, anybody who wishes to provide a comment, please ultimately submit a comment or response.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Let me start by noting that I am going to only be addressing some specific material changes. Stop is not waiving its exceptions or the prior closing arguments or that we made. Preliminarily, Stop disagrees that the changes made to the rationale for rejecting the conditions that the hearings officer rejected as untimely, we think those should have been a material change rather than an immaterial change that you did not go over in detail. We also disagree with the inclusion of the 2019 IRP as not material. We think that was material. We argued about that in our exceptions and our closing argument. On the issue of soil protection condition 4, which you were looking at earlier, there is language in that blasting plan notification issue that changes there that are very problematic for stop. Specifically, that last sentence says that the certificate holder shall compensate the landowner for adequate repair or replacement if damages to the flow or the quality of the natural spring or well occur solely as a result of the blasting. We strongly recommend you remove the word solely because it puts the landowner under an incredible burden. All Idaho Power has to do is suggest that there might be some other reason, no matter how small, that the landowner can then not prove that and get their repair or replacement damages because the word solely appears there. You're adding to the burden of proof in a way you shouldn't there. On scenic resources, at page 316 of the final order, which in my version is PDF page 323 if you're trying to follow along online. You made a finding that impacts on the National Historic Oregon Trail Interpretive Center, which everybody calls NOTIC, were only medium intensity for the reasons articulated in Stops and others' closing arguments, and for the, as so aptly demonstrated by Mr. Williams' window view mock-up that you were given at your August hearing. Stop strongly disagrees that the intensity finding there should only be medium. We think it should be significant. On noise control, that's going to be my primary focus. In your final order at the draft at footnote 725 on page 665, which in my version was PDF 672, you reference a July 2003 DEQ internal management directive. And the draft order then goes on to essentially include an argument that that internal management directive provides a basis for this council to make an issue exceptions and variances. Stop strongly disagrees. If you actually go look at that internal management directive, it says, quote, FSEC staff review applications to ensure that proposed facilities meet the state noise regulations. It does not say that FSEC can create exceptions or grant variances. It says you ensure to meet. You should not be granting variances. Your final order does so in various places. That authority, as we outlined for you in our exceptions, is reserved to the Environmental Quality Commission, and it is reserved by statute. You have no authority to usurp that. Even if you have authority to review for compliance with the regulations, only the EQC has authority to grant a variance, and yet you are, in your final order, granting a variance. We believe that you are committing legal error by doing that. You should not be granting a variance or exception. You should be holding Idaho Power to the same standards as every other person, which is to meet those regulations and not have noise all along the line that exceeds the criteria. Idaho Power has told you before in their materials that if an exception or variance is not granted, they cannot build the line. That's okay. That is what happens if somebody doesn't comply with the law. If I want to build a house and I want to put it too close to the neighbor's property and it's inside the setback that the county requires, I don't get to do that. And so that should be the position that you take with Idaho Power. You should say either meet the rules or don't build the project. We suggest that your findings be amended and revised to state that they have to comply, and if they can't, then they'll have to make their own financial choices. Finally, for the reasons that are outlined in our exceptions and our closing arguments, we disagree with the finding on page 674 of the final order where it concludes that the noise methodology used for assessing noise was reasonable and appropriate and valid. For the reasons we outlined, we don't think it was. Page 684, in note 750, you referenced the supplemental monitoring that was conducted, and you state that it didn't invalidate monitoring point 11. We disagree. For the reasons we outlined in our testimony and our closing arguments and our exceptions, we think monitoring point 11 was not representative. And on page 694, you reference a finding that foul weather events would be infrequent, as we outlined during our testimony and our closing arguments and our exceptions. That is not true in our view for Union County. There will be a 13% increase. That is not, in our view, infrequent. That's all I have in terms of my presentation. If there are questions from the council, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. Are there questions from council?
So perhaps I could reserve the rest of this time to do a rebuttal to Idaho Power, because I suspect they'll have something to say.
Okay, I think, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Irene Gilbert?
I think you guys can read faster than I can speak, so I'm providing you in writing information that I'll be going to cover.
Thank you.
So for the record, document, we're not sure what's being handed out, so we're not sure how appropriate it is in terms of this phase of the process, so.
Yes.
So I request the council not read that yet until legal counsel has a chance to look at it.
Ms. Gilbert, picked up this in the, and I think we sent it to Council Radcliffe as well.
I can review perhaps on my time.
That would be helpful. He's early on, should be advising council on this issue since he's serving as their counsel for this purpose.
Mr. Vice Chair, we could move to the webinar and take the next person who's listening to the webinar. So Idaho Power representatives in the room will ultimately want to comment, but they're going to wait until the end. Okay.
Mr. Is there people on the webinar or phone? Like to comment?
So I heard it's very close to the process that they go.
No hands raised at this time.
Also no phone, star release. Okay.
So since I don't have the written document in front of me, and my recollection was, and sorry, this is Jesse Ratcliffe for the purposes of the transcript. So since I don't have those documents in front of me, and my recollection was that the notice was that folks were supposed to provide oral comment, either, by
So,
showing
excuse
up.
me, Jesse, can you lean a little bit in? Once you lean back, we weren't able to hear you.
Sure. How's that? And now I look huge, I'm sure. since my recollection is that the direction to folks was to provide oral testimony, whether that was through recording or to show up at the hearing or to attend the webinar, and do it that way. And because we have limited folks to 10 minutes worth of material here, my recommendation would be that we keep this to an oral hearing. I don't know how long Ms. Gilbert's document is. I don't know if that can simply just be read into the record so that everyone has an opportunity to hear it. Idaho Power does have an opportunity to comment on the other party's comments on the material changes as well. And so, having that in written form may make that difficult for folks. So that's my suggestion about how we move forward. Again, I haven't seen that yet.
It's over 20 pages. This is
21 or 22 pages.
Yeah, 21 or 22 pages at the one testimony.
Okay. Yeah, so my suggestion would be that we keep this to oral testimony only.
Okay, Ms. Gilbert? You've heard that we're accepting oral testimony.
And for the record, I'm unable in 10 minutes to respond to most of the material changes, which I object. There is not even a listing of the site certificate conditions related to the statutes other than those containing contested case requests. Anyway, multiple site certificate conditions are being denied. They were not reviewed by the council, and denial of a contested case does not in and of itself, especially given the limited scope of the contested cases, address the site certificate conditions necessary to approve a site certificate. And any comments regarding my lack of specificity in these comments are referenced by my written material that's been previously submitted. I have not been provided an opportunity to review the bulk of the material in the proposed order. I do not believe that the limitation on the number of quote significant changes that were listed by Oregon Department of Energy is inclusive of all of the significant changes which should be reviewed at this point. I've you've received hundreds of comments regarding the Oregon Department of Energy and the Idaho Power regarding this application and problems in the public perception that Odo is owned by Idaho Power due to the fact that they're paid directly by them. Simply adding additional justification to support decisions that Odo has made is not appropriate in this instance, and especially since council did not review those additions to determine if they are in fact accurate. I actually questioned how the council can achieve the knowledge, skills, and abilities to review some of these technical issues that you're being required to review, and that's not meant as any kind of divisive statement. It's just a statement of fact. I've spent the last 12 years reviewing the statutes and rules, and I can tell you that I am confident in saying that I have a better grasp of the statutes, rules, and court decisions than any of the council members. Unfortunately, the only member here who will probably be present when the results of these decisions come to fruition will be Hanley Jenkins, but the rest of you will no doubt be gone from the council because this is going to impact many, many years of litigation. In all of the instances when site certificates were approved with only a draft plan, that is inconsistent with the statute that requires the final draft plan to be included with the site certificate. And any time where the draft plan does not fully implement the requirements of the rule, the site certificate is actually authorizing a site certificate absent a preponderance of evidence that the developer does meet the standard. And that standard is required to be determined by the council. I know that Odo keeps referencing the fact that the council can refer additional requirements to Odo. If the legislature is intended to allow Odo to make the eligibility decisions, which is what is occurring if the final plans are not in final form and the site certificate is issued, then the council is abdicating the decision-making regarding the meeting of the standard, which is contrary to state law. Some of the specific arguments regarding, and actually a court case relating to this plan issue is Gold versus Deschutes County, which stated that the plans must be in final form and there must be a right to full public participation in those plans. If you will notice the things like with historic properties where the plan is not finalized, it does not include site-specific impacts nor site-specific mitigation. That is inconsistent with the requirements of the rules and the statutes. And when it comes to, anyway, for fire, for public services condition 2, for multiple instances, any instance where the final plan does not show a preponderance of evidence that shows that the standard is being met, the council is delegating authority illegally based on the statutes. And they would remove or change the rules that say the council is the party who must make the determination if they had intended council to be able to send that to the department. With the bond, the arguments have all been related to only a part of the statute or rule. Idaho Power and ODOE keep talking about the fact that the council must find that the applicant has a reasonable likelihood of obtaining a bond or letter of credit in the amount satisfactory to the council. But they omit the rest of the sentence, which is to restore the site to a useful non-hazardous condition. So my question is the council willing to swear that $1 bond amount is an amount that you believe is adequate to restore the site to a useful non-hazardous condition? Because certainly that's going to be a question that will be answered, I guess, by courts if you don't change the bond requirement. In terms of the noise rules, the noise rules are broken down to the extent that none of the issues can be fully covered. The courts have said that in contested cases, the scope of the contested case issue cannot be so narrow that it excludes arguments related to the issue, which is what has occurred multiple times in these contested case decisions. Also, for the noise rules, the statute says the Department of Environmental Quality is required by statute to determine the equipment, the location of monitoring, methodology, and interpretation of results. There is no documentation that the methods, location, interpretation of results that were used by Idaho Power and approved by Odo actually are consistent with that statute. And in review of the court decisions, there are multiple locations that state that no agency has the authority to interpret the rules of another agency. They are given deference when it comes to interpretation of the rules and statutes promulgated by that agency. And even that has limitations on it because, for instance, the statute of rule has to be, it has to not be clear what the statute of rule is saying. And so there are more than one reason why the Oregon Department of Energy should not be recommending changes to other agency rules. Let's see. Oh, on noise, another thing is Patrick Rowe provided a document that from the legislature, which specifically says that the noise rules do not preclude the opportunity for the public to file civil action against people who are exposing them to excess noise. So my question is, there are going to be people among that 41 who will be, from what I can tell, who have the intent to file for damages based on noise. And the question that hopefully your legal counsel will answer is, does your authorization of an exception and to these rules, meaning that Idaho Power is no longer liable for the damages, does that mean that the state of Oregon is personally, is as an agency responsible for these impacts when the citizens actually do file for civil damages? So I would think you'd want to determine that before you allow the exception. Let's see. The other thing is on forest definition, I provided, but you haven't seen, I'm filing with the Oregon, the land use, LCDC, a public complaint and requirement that LCDC deal with Union County's failure to apply the state laws regarding definition of forest land. You'll see that as an appeal here. I also am questioning because there are owners of forested land where it's being called agricultural land, where mitigation is not going to be consistent with what it should be. Who will be the recipient of litigation when property owners say that because of decisions that ODO and FSAC made to allow the developer to call forested land agricultural land, not deal with the rules regarding forest land?
Gilbert,
Yes.
time's up.
Who's going to be sued? Someone's going to be sued. Anyway, I encourage you to read my summary determination with us. It's clear that most of you have relied on the Department of Energy, have not read the
Thank you
actual.
for your testimony. Is there
Thank you.
comments or questions?
Oh,
Ms.
yes.
Gilbert from the council?
Happy to. Yes.
Sydney Condon for the record. Question for you with respect to your comment regarding the material that Mr. Rowe provided that doesn't include
Right.
the 41 from challenging it.
Right.
It's not clear to me why you believe the state of Oregon would be the responsible party as opposed to Idaho.
Okay. Because the Oregon Department of Energy and the state of Oregon are proposing that they allow an exemption from Idaho Power meeting the requirements of the Oregon statutes and rules regarding noise generation. So if the state has allowed them this exception, then who would be the target of litigation? Given that the legislature has said that the noise rules have no impact on the fact that citizens can file civil action when they are exposed to noise above the standard. So I'm guessing that Idaho Power is going to argue that ODO is responsible for this because you allowed them to do it. So why should they be held accountable for the outcome? That's the thinking. And I would think you would want legal. No legal.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Gilbert. So, Mr. Secretary, is there anyone else in the room that'd like to comment?
Mr. Vice Chair, nobody online or on the phone, so that leaves it to Idaho Power.
Ms. Pease?
Thank you. Good morning, Vice Chair Howell, Council Members, Secretary Cornett. For the record, my name is Jocelyn Pease, and I'm here today on behalf of Idaho Power Company. I'd like to begin by first noting that Idaho Power does not have any opposition to the material changes that were included with the draft final order. And would like to also recognize the hard work that the council, Odo, and all of the reviewing agencies have put into this project for the past 10 years. There's been a lot of recent focus in this contested case proceeding. There's been a lot of recent focus on the contested case proceeding and the outcome of that proceeding. But I'd like to also emphasize that the B2H project has a long history, even before the contested case began. Ms. Gilbert had shared some comments about Odo not necessarily having technical expertise in connection with all of the subject matter that the application might address. But I'd like to also note that there have been many rounds of review requests for additional information and collaborative work with Odo and the reviewing agencies that contributed to the development of the application for site certificate. It has taken a considerable amount of time and resources and hard work to get to this point, and Odo, along with the state and local reviewing agencies, have spent countless hours reviewing the exhibits to the application for site certificate and participating in meetings to review and vet the analysis in those exhibits and the related construction and mitigation plans. Ms. Gilbert had commented that some of those mitigation plans are in draft form and will be finalized, and that approach is consistent with the council's rules. And in most cases, the draft plan includes a process at the front end for finalizing and vetting those plans with the agencies. And that's all to say that through this effort, through this years-long process, Odo and the reviewing agencies provided important feedback that substantively contributed to the plans that are included as the attachments to the draft final order. I'd also like to recognize the involvement of the participants in the contested case proceeding. The limited parties that objected to certain elements of the proposed order and had the opportunity to voice their concerns in the contested case process. During the course of the 2-year-long contested case, Idaho Power and Odo further analyzed the contested case issues raised by the limited parties and, where warranted, provided additional analysis and revised condition plan language. As just one example among many, for the recreation analysis, the limited parties had raised concerns about potential impacts to the undeveloped areas of Morgan Lake Park. In response to those concerns, Idaho Power provided a supplemental analysis and, in fact, expanded its proposed mitigation and to use the shorter H-rings in that area. And this change is reflected in the material change to recreation condition 1, and Idaho Power supports that change. As shown in the staff report, there were also numerous other such changes, which Idaho Power also supports. As a result of this process, the council has a robust record before it on which it can improve the final order and the site certificate for B2H. The B2H project was first proposed over 10 years ago. It is needed now more than ever. Once operational, the project will help meet the Pacific Northwest and Mountain West's needs for reliable, low-cost market energy purchases year-round. It is expected to provide a total of 2,050 megawatts of bidirectional capacity. It will provide many benefits, including greater access to the Pacific Northwest electric market, improved system reliability and resiliency, reduced capacity limitations on the regional transmission system as demands on the system continue to grow, and flexibility to integrate renewable resources and more efficiently implement advanced market tools, such as the energy balance market. Importantly, the development of the B2H project will meet a critical need for transmission capacity in the Oregon and Northwest region and will help enable the state of Oregon to meet its clean energy and climate goals. Among the benefits the B2H project will provide is the ability to integrate renewable resources more efficiently. Now, in connection with some of the comments that folks had shared today, I wanted to specifically address the comments from Stop B2H regarding the soil protection condition 4, where Mr. Nuda had expressed concern regarding the use of the word solely in that condition. And Idaho Power will be open to different language, such as caused by, so that the condition language is clear that the impacts that are claimed and what damages may be sought are in connection with the project. I'd say we're fine with the language as it stands right now. That's our understanding of how the condition would operate. But if the council were inclined to make a change, we would be comfortable with changing solely to something like caused by, so there's still a fair nexus with the project. Mr. Newton had also raised a number of concerns regarding the noise-related issues and regarding the findings in connection with the HOTEC. And in response to those concerns, I would just say these issues have been addressed in testimony and extensively briefed on the record of this contested case. And we believe that the evidence in the record supports the findings that are in the draft, in the draft plan. And that the council can be comfortable in supporting the final order. In connection with Ms. Gilbert's comments, I've in connection with Ms. Gilbert's comments, as I mentioned earlier, she expressed concerns about Odo's technical expertise. And as I mentioned, Odo also been supported by reviewing agencies and consultants throughout this process. And the council should feel comfortable that there's been a substantial and thorough vetting of the application for site certificate in this case. Ms. Gilbert had also expressed concern about the amount of time available to review the material changes. As was explained by staff and Council Ratcliffe today, the material changes were in fact quite discreet. And we believe that there's ample time for review of those changes. In connection with Ms. Gilbert's comments regarding the retirement and financial assurances condition, the council has revisited that condition and has included revised language that will provide the council the opportunity, if it determines the risks, that there's some amount of risk, that it may require the bond amount sooner than is contemplated otherwise in that condition. Which we believe adequately addresses the concerns raised by Ms. Gilbert. With that, I would conclude my remarks and thank the council for their engagement and attention in this matter. And again, thank Odo and the reviewing agencies and stakeholders who participated in this case, and ask the council approve the final order and site certificate in the meeting today. Thank you.
Questions from Councilor Freeman. Councilor Jenkins.
Yeah, Ms. Pease, so you agree that there's an opportunity to replace the word solely in soil protection condition number 4 with the words caused by. So the certificate holder shall compensate the landowner for adequate repair or replacement if damages to the flow or quality of the natural spring or well is caused by blasting.
By blasting in connection with the project. I think that's right. I apologize. It's not a precise fit.
Replacement.
Nothing.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilor Condon.
Question, just to follow up there. So, do you believe there's a significant difference between solely and caused by?
I understood Mr. Anuda's point to be a concern that we were shifting a burden onto the landowner. That they would somehow have to prove that the only contributing factor to the damages would be the blasting, to the exclusion of any other factors. And I think we understand and would agree that if there is damage that is caused by the project and that can be shown to be caused by the project, that would be sufficient. So I do think that there is a distinction there.
Thank you. Related to Ms. Gilbert's city comment. Related to my question to Ms. Gilbert, that's respect to the exception in the right some 141 to sue. I'm curious what your thoughts would be with respect to any exception and whether that really shifts the burden to the state as opposed to.
I would need to check with my team on that and I could get back to you on the break. And, I'm not sure that we have a position on that issue. And I guess actually, could I confer with the client and get back to you?
So we'll be confirming everybody's online. And that will be.
Just in case.
Yeah.
Thank you for that break. I understand we do not have a position on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. B. So that closes the hearing on the material change hearing. And so now we're at the last portion of the agenda item, and I think we're ready for Mr. Rattler, Council Rattler, to walk us through the hearing to adopt final order.
Sorry.
We can't hear you.
Think I'd know better by now. So one clarification, this is Jesse Ratcliffe for the record. One clarification. So we have that language change to is caused by, and perhaps I just wasn't hearing very well, but I just wanted to make sure that that was something that we had a head nod on that we were including in the final draft here.
I don't think we formally did that, so let's see if there is a head nod agreement on that word change from solely to caused by, condition 4 of the soil protection standard. Any,
So this is handling the, thank you. Is the word is still part of that?
Looks like it might need to be an R there.
Flow or quality of the natural stream or well, I think it should be just caused by plus. There you go.
Councilmember Jenkins, I think, so it's if damages to the flow or quality of the natural spring or well, and then I think that should probably be R, caused by blasting.
Councilor Byer.
Thank you. This is Ann Byer for the record. I think caused by is a much better term than solely, and I think it does address the issue. It does still suggest a burden on the property owner of establishing that causal relationship. That having been said, I don't have better language. I think it is better than solely part of what related to, but that's kind of squishy. I think we get into squishiness, but I think caused by is less of a burden than solely. So, just for the record.
Okay, do we, Councilor Condon?
Thank you, Cindy Coniff for the record. I agree with what Councilmember Byer said. Does it do preferably that it caused, it does Yeah, it's not much different, it's solely to me, and I was wondering if impacted by,
As a result of.
I guess to me, and I'm not familiar with blasting. But it seems to me that, action by the property owner might have some cause, but if the blasting made wells collapse or springs collapse, I mean, it seems like the applicant could say, well, it wasn't caused, it wasn't caused by us. So,
So this is handling, what we've done is we've set up a process where if there's risk, there's a front-end evaluation done. That's the first part of the job. You do a before assessment. And so the presumption here is that there has to be an after assessment, after the blasting, presumably closely after the blasting. And so that's the caused by effect. And I don't know how, without prescribing a very elaborate process to do that, I think negotiation between the applicant and the landowner will evaluate whether the cause was from blasting.
Mr. Vice Chair. The record top on it, and since this is a condition of approval, if there is disagreement, that could ultimately come to the council for your evaluation. And so evidence and facts will be presented by both the landowner and Idaho Power, and ultimately, maybe staff, maybe we bring it up to council, but ultimately it could go to council for your evaluation of that, without prescribing a specific process. So
Yeah.
Is that
That's
the
good.
comfort level?
Yes.
Terminology caused by?
yes, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair, and then just one word, so procedural, and so Jesse, just looking for you, so this change was made during the material change hearing. Does this change itself constitute the material change that necessitates some ability to respond? And I'll look at Jesse to answer that question.
Yeah, thank you, Secretary Cornett. So I admit I can't remember the terminology that was suggested by Mr. Anuda. I think if there was some difference between that and what Ms. Pease had suggested, it would be fine to have Mr. Anuda just weigh in with his thoughts here. And again, if this is pretty much the same language, well, then we're all fine. But if there's a difference, I think it's fine to have him give his thoughts.
Mr.
I'm happy to address that.
Council, shall we limit comments to 3 minutes?
Yeah, I would suggest we limit to 3 minutes. I think we're being very generous here because the issue is whether or not this is a material change in the definition. The material change is a substantive change. I'm not sure that the difference between caused by and solely is that material, but I'd be happy to let Mr. Anuda give us 3 minutes.
Is the council comfortable with 3 minutes? Okay. Just a minute.
Barry's going to nod me, is going to give us.
Councilor Choptic.
Council members, Carl and representing Stop B2H. My suggestion had been to simply remove the word solely so that the sentence would read will occur as a result of. This change proposed by Idaho Power to caused by, assuming that you are adopting the common law definition of caused by, meaning it's a significant material factor in the change, then we're fine with that. Because that is a normal standard of proof in any proceeding. That would be the standard you would have to apply if this dispute came back before you. Is it a significant contributing factor? That's what cause is usually interpreted by the courts. So using that definition, we would be accepting of the changes that Idaho Power has proposed.
Thank you.
Thank you, very helpful.
Okay. Do we need?
I'm going to get suggesting to see if other parties are given affording the same ability to respond.
Yeah. Council Ratcliffe, do we need, I don't know, any comment there?
So I think we've kind of reached agreement on this. I don't know that there's anything that we need to hear from Idaho Power again. Again, I'll leave it up to the council. It sounds like we were kind of coalescing around that phrasing. I think if that's where we've landed, then that's fine.
Okay, let's do, Ms. Gilbert. You have an opportunity.
Change how that,
Okay, you've got 3 minutes. Timer up. Hold on for just a minute. Lost. Okay.
I agree that the change from solely to cause by is an improvement. However, many of the impacts that occur as a result of blasting occur many months or sometimes years down the road. I know there are currently several litigation issues occurring around wind farms where the vibration of the wind farms is causing long-term damages to wells and springs, which aren't even obvious until several years down the line. So I think that the reference regarding caused by needs to make it clear that these impacts aren't being assessed immediately after the blasting occurs, that they may occur sooner or later in the process. So that would be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes.
Question, comment?
So because the language, Cindy commented for the record, because the language is silent, as to timing, does that not work? I mean, there's no time limit.
Well, I believe Henley Jenkins stated that the evaluation would occur shortly after the blasting occurred. And if that's an interpretation that can be made based on the language of this, then I don't think that's an appropriate interpretation. And I think that the standard needs to make it clear that this is not an immediate impact issue. It may be a long-term impact. And as long as the property owner can show causality, i.e. the blasting, blasting often is going to disrupt the structure of the soils, and in the long term, it may end up that destruction of soil structure may create a situation where wells are either polluted or they quit working entirely. And on the Columbia Basin, there are lots of concerns because of the stratosphere. I mean, the nature of water is you may cut through, or there may be a break between one section of water and another where pollutants end up interspersing, and that can occur for a long term when it comes to damages to the rock.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Ms. Gilbert? Okay, thank you. Council Ratcliffe, so does that change? Do we need a head nod for actual vote, polling of the council, or the changing solely to cause by?
I think at this point, we're just going to just in head nods, and then we're going to move on to the final motions here.
Council good?
Yes.
Any comment, just a comment, I guess different from Councilmember Jenkins a bit. I usually, because the language is silent, that it is open-ended, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
And, okay, we've got head nods here. Councilor Choctaw, got a head nod there, so unanimous, Council Ratcliffe. So I guess if you could walk us through the next portion of adopting the final order.
Sure. Okay, and so we have the statute pulled up here, and that provides that, well, where I'll start with is the language kind of halfway down, the council, whoa, okay. Thank you. So it says the council may amend or reject the proposed order, so long as the council provides public notice of its hearing, provides an opportunity for the applicant and any party to comment on material changes. So that's what we've just done. And so then that brings us now to the council shall either approve or reject an application for the site certificate. And now we can go on to the next slide. And so what's being pulled up here is a part of the draft final order. And this is the part of the draft final order that is, you know, the operative part in the end. So these are the findings that the council would be making. They're referred to in administrative law as the ultimate findings that are necessary to support the order. So the draft that you have before you finds the preponderance of evidence on the record supports that the proposed transmission line complies with the requirements of the siting council statutes, with the standards adopted by the council, and with all other Oregon statutes and administrative rules identified in the second amended project order. And because, again, with the way this is written, because it has satisfied these requirements, that a site certificate can be issued. The final component here is that the chair executes the certificate authorizing the applicant to construct, operate, and retire the facility subject to the conditions set forth in the site. So that is the decision that you have before you is reflected in the draft final order. Again, we've made a couple of changes here based on the material change hearing. Those will be reflected in an updated version. And that updated version will be the one that the vice chair in this case would be executing. And so that then could be the basis of a motion to approve. And you also have the chance at this point to have, you know, any further deliberation in relation to a potential motion here on a final decision.
Thank you, Councilor Ratcliffe. Questions of council? Councilor Condon?
Cindy Condon for the record. And Jesse, I'm not sure if this is appropriate right now, but I am curious if you have any comments with respect to the question about exemptions that we make, that the order makes, or and the liability for becoming the state's responsibility as opposed to the applicant's.
And so this is in relation to
the noise.
To the noise variances. Yeah. So, you know, I am not prepared to give legal advice on that topic. You know, the state's position is going to be that lays with Idaho Power, but I don't have any more detailed analysis to be able to provide on that one at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions of Councilor Ratcliffe? Are we ready to move into someone making a motion, or do you want to have a little deliberation before that's done? Where's the council pleasure on this?
Chair,
Councilor.
I'd just like to thank the department first, Idaho Power, for being responsive to so many of the concerns raised by the public. The public has done 10 years of work helping to shape this process. This would have been a very different decision with many fewer conditions without that public process. and without the department and Idaho Power working together to respond. I know that you can never make a decision like this that makes everybody happy, that addresses every concern that's been raised, but for as long as this process has been going on, I think there's been a lot of goodwill to come up with a good decision. So just recognizing the efforts of everybody, heavy lift. And then, Jesse, just a quick question. To make it explicit that the council does have the statutory authority to delegate to the department the review of many of these plans, because there's a lot of work that still has to be done by the applicant and the department. Do we need to make that explicit, or is it explicit in the findings already?
Yeah, Councilmember Byer, this is Jesse Ratcliffe again, and I believe that there are mentions made in the draft final order with respect to that delegate authority. But, you know, more broadly than that, this is something that is reflected in statute. And so, you know, that is as a result of that, it's kind of implicit in the final order, even if it's not explicitly stated, that when a delegation is occurring to the agency, that it's occurring as a result of the authority granted by that statute.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
If I may,
Secretary Brennan.
just a suggestion, so if the record top on it. It might be helpful to have a little bit of deliberation to see where the council's going in case, we want to make sure that the motion is explicitly clear. So I don't know if your motion, I mean, I don't know where council's going to go with this, but we want to make sure that, you know, it is explicitly clear. I'm not sure that like the proposed motions have all of that information that the council may do. So it may be worthwhile to have a conversation. And if, you know, where you want to go is not absolutely correct in the draft motions, we can take a pause and make sure that it is.
Or I can make the motion, get a second, and we can amend it if we need to.
That works too.
Okay.
And, but, so this is Ken. So before you do that, Councilor Jenkins, I just wanted to echo what Councilor Byer said as far as the process up to this point for the last over a decade. It has resulted in the council listening to the public involvement and making considerable modifications and conditions to the proposal that wouldn't happen without that public involvement. So with that, Councilor Jenkins. Did anybody else have anything they wanted to say before Councilor Jenkins gets us going here? It's yours. Councilor Jenkins, when you're.
Let me try. Okay, so Mr. Chair, I move that the council approve the draft final order on the ordering to Hemingway transmission line as the final order, as presented by staff, and issue a site certificate with the material changes as presented and changed today. I got language that was up there. These findings. What happened to it?
It's coming.
Can we get now take that language?
Yeah. The final orders. I know.
Yes, I've got it. Based on the findings of fact, reasons, conditions, and conclusions of law, in this final order, the council concludes that the applicant has satisfied the requirements for issuance of a site certificate for the proposed Boardman to Hemingway transmission line. For the record, the
council concludes pursuant to ORS 469.401, the chair can execute the certificate authorizing the applicant to construct, operate, and retire the facility subject to the conditions set forth in the site certificate. Do we have a second?
I'll second this is Ann Meyer.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Secretary Cornett can call the roll.
We're
We have time for deliberation.
let's have a discussion.
Yeah, discussion. And for the record, Tom Cornett, and then also make sure, I think between probably legal counsel, that they're comfortable with that, that reflects everything as well.
Yeah. All right, jump on the gun. Okay, so let's open it up to discussion or deliberation.
This is probably a lawyer question to make sure that not only the material changes, but all the editorial changes and other changes we talked about today are reflected in final orders. So just, I don't know if we need to make that.
Vice Chair, so for the record, Tom Cornett, yeah, Councilmember Byer. So the motion included the material changes, and I don't have the exact language, which I will get, but, and the changes that were made today.
Okay.
So if those were reflected, I guess the question then was, do they need to be specifically articulated in the motion itself? Certainly it's on the record, we are having a verbatim transcript. I think it's very clear, we had the information on the, on the screen, showed what the changes were, but if the council would be more comfortable, we could make the specific into the motion itself.
I'm seeing the council agreeing that it's okay to reference the changes made today as opposed to getting a specific information.
Yes.
Councilor Choptic, you agree? He does, okay. Other deliberations.
My question for Jesse or Patrick is, I included the findings, reasoning, conclusions, conditions and conclusions. Is that enough to hold in the basis for the final order?
I think you should pose that question to Jesse.
Yeah.
Since he's here to act as your counsel. Proceed.
Yeah. So yes, I believe so. So what's on the table here is essentially everything that is reflected in the draft final order as modified specifically today. And I think we have a pretty good sense from the combination of the transcript and notes as to what those changes are, that the intent of the motion is to reflect that draft final order, which I walked through the ultimate findings that were made there in terms of the standards, statutes, and council statutes and rules and other sources of law, that has been satisfied by a preponderance of the evidence. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, Councilor Jenkins, you captured everything that you needed to.
Great.
Any other deliberations? Call the question, I guess, Secretary Cornett, please call the roll.
Ken Howe,
Yes.
George Truitt,
Yes.
Ann Meyer,
Yes.
Anna Jenkins,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Harry Chalkley,
Yes.
motion carried, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay. With that, now that we've concluded the Boardman to Hemingway agenda item, I'll hand the meeting back over to Chair Griffin. All yours.
Thank you. Wow. I will suspect the time, so it's 11:34. I would suspect folks are ready for a break at this time. How long would y'all like? We don't have lunch ready yet, so.
We could do public comment while we wait for lunch.
I think folks, I see that. folks need a break. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break. So it is 11:35, if we can be back at 11:45, please.
Then we'll do public comment.
The time is now 11:45. This time is reserved for public comment period. This time is reserved for the public to address the council regarding any item within council jurisdiction that is not otherwise closed for comment. Items closed for comment include the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line proposed order, proposed contested case order, the Nolan Hills proposed order, the protected areas, scenic resources, and recreation resources standards rulemaking, and the perennial wind chaser station proposed retirement plan. For those in person, please fill out registration cards available on the table near the entrance and submit to Sarah Esterson. For those using the WebEx, you will need to use the raise your hand feature. For those on the phone only, you will need to press *3, which will alert us that you want to speak. Mr. Secretary, is there anyone in the room who would like to provide public comment? We have an individual who's completing a form, so we'll give her a moment, please. Ms. Gilbert, the floor is yours.
Irene Gilbert, representing public interest. And actually, I had a council member say to me that that person studied the statutes and paid attention to what they said when making decisions on site certificates generally. And so I would like to just read to you some statutes that in the event that such certificates don't comply with them, they open council and state up to appeal. One being ORS 772.210.4 explains the process for determining the minimum payment required in forest land is condemned. So there's a state statute that says a proposed facility shall be found in compliance with statewide planning goals under ORS 469-503 if the council determines that the facility complies with the substantial criteria from the affected local government's acknowledged comprehensive plan and land use regulations required by statewide planning goals and in effect when the application is submitted. So, in other words, the county plan must be in compliance with the state statutes regarding a goal such as Goal 4 in order to apply the county rules to decisions about forest land. And statutes do specifically designate the amount of compensation that must be awarded by a judge in the event that forest land is condemned. So hence, between that and the fact that there is a different procedure for authorizing the transmission line across forested land compared to agricultural land, I'm sure you can see the need for a careful consideration of whether or not the applicant and the application have accurately reflected the actual forest land that's being impacted. The 469-503, and I'm using state statutes here primarily because in any appeal, the state statute is the one which is primarily going to be of consideration to the courts. In order to issue a site certificate, the Energy Facility Siting Council shall determine that the preponderance of evidence on the record supports the following conclusions. The facility complies with the applicable standards adopted by the council in ORS 469-501. So, the statutes requiring the file to, or the application to show that they fully comply with the rules of the council. Another issue is, I believe there may be instances, there may have been instances where the council has been asked to approve a Goal 4 exception, the forest use statute or rule. There is a court case, Just versus Lynn County, 60 OR 74, stated 2009. It says land cannot be removed from Gulf War protection absent data required by 660-006-0052. And it also provides some statute language. So in the event that you're ever asked to allow or approve an exception for alternate practice, which is under the Forest Practices Act, I encourage you to make sure that you're in compliance with that legal requirement. Also, Oregon Department of Energy rules say they shall contact agencies when there is disagreement regarding disagreement regarding what the impact or the application of the rules of another agency say. So, for example, if there are disagreements about land use issues, what qualifies, what doesn't qualify, the appropriate procedure is for the Oregon Department of Energy to contact LCDC and obtain their opinion regarding whether or not a decision being recommended actually is in compliance with the state land use rules. And it does say that any waiver allowed by council cannot waive the state statute. So when I provide you with state statute, that is the final authority. Let's see. There's also ORS 197.250, which says all comprehensive plans and land use regulations adopted by a local government to carry out those comprehensive plans and all plans, programs, rules, or regulations affecting land use adopted by a state agency or special district shall be in compliance with the goals within 1 year after the date these goals are approved by LCDC. So there is a statute that says you cannot apply, and there are multiple court decisions that say you cannot apply county rules within a year of any state change in LCDC rules if those local rules are not in compliance with the state statute. There's also a statute, ORS 527, and I'm not meaning to, I just want you to be really aware of what the actual language of these statutes is, because there are multiple court decisions that say, number one, an agency does not have the authority to interpret another agency's rules or their statutes, and the courts have to typically provided deference to an agency in interpreting their own rules and statutes, but also in order to do an interpretation, it's required that the rule or statute be unclear. And you know, the recent U.S. Supreme Court decision on Kaiser goes further and says that in addition, any interpretation cannot result in basically surprise to the people who are impacted by it. Like, for instance, if the council has been using a certain interpretation of the rule, and then they do not have the ability to change that interpretation for one development and then change it back to another. I'm sure you can probably understand where that kind of appeal on that issue could occur. It also says in the statute, I'm just pulling some things here from my notes regarding potential actions. ORS 527722 restricts local government adoption of any rules regulating forest operation. This statute states local governments cannot adopt any rules, regulations, or ordinances or take any other actions that prohibit, limit, regulate, subject to approval, or in any way affect forest practices on forest lands outside the acknowledged urban growth boundary. So, for instance, Union County or any other county cannot have local rules that are not consistent with the state statutes. I could go on with more, but I think that's probably enough for right now, and I hope you will seriously consider whether or not future recommendations coming from the Oregon Department of Energy are consistent with the statutes and rules, rather than requiring the public to appeal to the Oregon Supreme Court when the decisions that you make fail to comply with the actual language of the statutes that they are required to apply. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. Are there any other persons in the room wishing to speak?
Madam Chair. Nobody else in the room, see who speaks. And no one online.
Okay, well, last call for anyone wishing to make comments during this open public comment period. Okay, we will consider the public comment period closed at 11:56. So that gets us up to,
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
The record compliment. So we are running early on the agenda. Lunch is not here yet. So if you need to take a break now, we can lunch to come, or we could start and see if we can get through the next agenda item prior to lunch. That is council's choice.
Councilman, what is your preference?
Well, at least because that. Would be great.
Yeah, I think we
Okay, so then I will ask Sarah if she's okay with at least getting started. Ms. Esterson is okay with that. So we will be looking at agenda item D, which is the perennial wind chaser station. This is a request to approve the decommissioning plan and terminate the site certificate. This is an action item for council. We will have the Department of Energy Senior Policy Advisor, Sarah Esterson, make a presentation at this time.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Are you just rolling a transcript? Are you still doing a transcript of the meeting?
Yeah, I mean, that's really, and I know Howard, so I know you hired the court reporter for the meeting agenda item, so whether you want to continue that or not, that's your choice, so.
Material change hearing, so no.
Off the record now. Thank you, just getting to know y'all.
I'll take care of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing it up.
So we're just going to take a moment and do some transition here. We've got Idaho Power departing and our court reporter is going to leave. So if you give us a few minutes, those on the phone, we'll get ourselves rolling. Okay. Take your time. We sprung a big gap on you. Test.
All right, good afternoon. I believe it's good afternoon, Chair Grail, Vice Chair Howe, and members of the council. Again, for the record, my name is Sarah Esterson. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor with the Oregon Department of Energy Siting Division. And I'll be walking you through agenda item D, which includes 2 procedural requirements applicable to the site certificate termination request for perennial Winchester Station. The first requirement is council's review and approval or modification of the certificate holder's proposed retirement plan. And then the second subsequent request is for council's termination of the site certificate. We have had several site certificates terminated in council history, but this is actually, I believe, the first that has had facility components constructed. Oftentimes, if a site certificate is terminated, it's because it didn't go forward. So this is unique. In your council packets and made available to the public, we had a staff report, a draft final order that it again includes a presentation of the proposed retirement plan and proposal to terminate the site certificate, as well as comments received on the request for termination. We will go over an overview of the facility location, certificate holder, and site certificate history. We'll review the proposed retirement plan, and then council will have an opportunity to approve or modify that retirement plan, the site certificate if we choose. Okay, so just a little bit of an overview. So the perennial Winchester Station is an approved 415 megawatt natural gas facility. It has an approved site boundary encompassing 60 acres in Umatilla County near Hermiston. The certificate holder is Perennial Winchester LLC, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Sumitomo Corporation of America. Construction of facility components, including a road segment and bridge, commenced in 2020. And the certificate holders, I also wanted to acknowledge that we have a certificate holder representative in the audience today, Mr. J.J. Jameson. So if you can see my cursor, just a little bit more context of exactly where the facility and components constructed are located. So again, this is in Umatilla County, right off of the energy facility site is here. See my cursor? It is off of kind of sandwiched between I-84 and I-82. I think I wanted to point out also, so the location where facility components were constructed was here, but the facility also included a approved 4-mile natural gas pipeline that extended to the south, and then a transmission line that would have extended north to interconnect to a 500 kV substation, and then ultimately to McNairy substation. Those facility components were not constructed. Again, what was constructed was a road segment and bridge over the Westland Canal. A quick overview of the site certificate history. Council originally granted issuance of the site certificate in 2015. They authorized, you authorized an amendment of the site certificate in 2019 that included an extension of the construction deadline. In 2020, as I've mentioned, construction commenced, including a road segment and a bridge. And then in July of 2022, we received a request to terminate the site certificate based on review of the post-retirement plan. Upon receipt of that termination request, we issued a public notice and a 30-day comment period. That comment period closed on September 6th. And then in preparation for this council meeting, we prepared council meeting materials, a staff report and draft final order that was made available on the 13th. And then you have those materials for review and approval today, potentially. And we'll go over this in a little bit more detail, but just wanted to note during that comment period, we received 2 comments, one from the Columbia River Keepers and one from the Friends of the Columbia Gorge. And then in response to those comments, the certificate holder requested additional time past the comment deadline to respond to those comments, which we granted an extension of 1 week, I believe. Okay, so the certificate holder's proposed retirement plan applies to the components that have been constructed. Again, this road segment and bridge crossing the Westland Canal. Construction commenced in September of 2020 and concluded within 12 weeks. During that 12 weeks, after construction was completed, restoration commenced. Restoration included site stabilization, mulching and hydroseeding, and then ultimately removal of erosion control materials. In this application, the certificate holder included documentation from the Department of Environmental Quality indicating that their 1200C permit had been terminated. One of the requirements to terminate a 1200C is to demonstrate that you have 70% site stabilization. So we are relying a bit on that for restoration after construction in 2020. Okay, so the proposed retirement plan does not propose any subsequent action at this time. So if you can recall the original figure I showed you of the site boundary, so if you see my cursor, this hatched line is the site boundary of where the energy facility was approved to be located. And they'll locate this hatched line again right here. And then the road and bridge that was constructed is right here. So it provides access to the site essentially. This is a photo of the bridge and road and of their stabilization measures. And just to note that, like, pre-disturbance condition is what this side of the train tracks looks like. So,
Is that interesting?
yes.
Chair Greenwood,
Yes.
is that the only access to the site over that bridge?
Yes. Okay, so in a proposed retirement plan, a detailed cost estimate must be provided. Again, this is a little unique because of the scale of what was constructed and then the proposal to retain those structures in place. So the detailed cost estimate is essentially $0. We do have a bond on pre-construction. I'm sorry, it's a letter of credit from MUFG. So your scope of review of to approve this proposed retirement plan is whether it demonstrates restoring the site to a useful non-hazardous condition. So some of the considerations that you can apply to this question are: what is the underlying zone? What are the surrounding uses? Are the structures that are proposed to remain in place allowable within the zone? And as we presented in the draft final order, we believe that the proposed retirement plan does demonstrate restoration to a useful non-hazardous condition because the zone is exclusive farm use, although it's not used for current agriculture. It's surrounded by, on 3/4 of the side by industrial zoned land. And then I believe we have one other zone. It is riverfront tourist commercial, a little bit on the north. And so this is consistent with the uses in the surrounding area. And then as included in their termination request and referenced in the draft final order, that it is the road and bridge in place in this zone is viewed as an accessory use to the zone and supported by Umatilla County. So we have a letter from Umatilla County asserting this. Okay, so the next step after considering whether the proposed retirement plan would restore the site to a useful non-hazardous condition is to review all comments received on that retirement plan. Again, we received 2 comments from Columbia River Keepers and Friends of the Columbia Gorge. We received copies of those. These comments mirror arguments made when the certificate holder initiated construction in September of 2020, where they alleged that the site certificate should be terminated at that time for failure to comply with all pre-construction conditions, and for failure to obtain the 1200C permit prior to construction. We brought those issues to you in August and September of 2020. We evaluated those issues. We did not agree with those allegations. And then that issue has been basically circling in circuit court ever since. So I'm just so River Keepers believes that that council should require that the road and bridge be removed because the facility was constructed illegally in the first place. And then Friends offer that council does not need to approve this retirement plan or terminate the site certificate because the site certificate has already expired. As we noted in the draft final order, as your proposed reasoning for dismissing these comments is those really aren't related to whether the proposed retirement plan restores the site to a usable non-hazardous condition. Also want to point out that the certificate holder did respond to these comments, and also note that the issue about whether they had a 1200C permit prior to construction was fully resolved. They executed a settlement agreement. In addition, DEQ would not be able to terminate the site certificate if there is any pending violations of the Clean Water Act. So certificate holder believes that issues have been resolved or supported. They also described that removing the bridge and road at this point would be more impactful than just leaving them in place. Okay, so now is your first step of 2. If we get to step 2, you have 2 options. You can either approve the retirement plan as proposed by the certificate holder, or you can approve the plan with modifications.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there questions for Sarah at this time? Seeing no questions, is anyone prepared to make a motion? Todd?
So, Madam Chair, for the record, Todd Clement. So if you agree that essentially the draft final retirement plan should be the final retirement plan as proposed, then the order is actually a single. So it wouldn't be 2 votes, it would be 1 vote to both approve that and terminate the site certificate. The only if you chose to not agree with the request, and if you wanted to make some significant modification, or deny the draft final monetary plan as draft final retirement plan as the final retirement plan, would there be a separate vote? So I think probably some discussion related to that would be appropriate before you move to the voting stage and potentially the termination stage.
Thank you. So let's separate these out, and for the purpose of discussion, as Secretary Burnett has suggested, anyone have any comments about the retirement plan itself, the final?
Just a question for staff. This is a letter for the record. It appears that all the DEQ issues have been resolved, that in DEQ's mind or under their rules, the soil stabilization requirements have been met. There's no reason to think there are any hazardous materials or anything on site, so that seems to be the parameters we're operating with.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All construction materials have been.
Madam Chair, this is Henry.
Go ahead, Hanley.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that the planning director provided a written statement that says our department finds that the existing developments on the property, such as the access road and the bridge, have received proper permits from the county planning department, are considered accessory to the use of the property, and will be allowed to continue use after termination. So county's recognizing it as an accessory use, it can continue. So I think it's also important to note that this property is surrounded, even though it's in an exclusive farm use zone, it's surrounded on 3 sides by industrial land. I'm not kind of surprised that the county hasn't gone through a building permitted exceptions process to identify it in an industrial zone. So given those items, I think it's a very big motion, but we probably need more discussion.
Thank you. Let's let everyone else. Go ahead, Ken.
Chair Bureau, yeah, Mrs. Kent and I feel that because it's the only access into the property, they are accessory uses as identified by the council and law. That it would be more impactful to require those to be removed and return the site to its pre-developed condition. So I'm fine with the retirement plan as it is.
So I just want to ask a clarifying question. Our responsibility is to non-hazard. It's not like it never existed, right? Okay. Thank you.
That's a good question.
Cindy, do you have anything? Okay. All right. Harry, any comments?
Well, I think we need to look at this, Perry Chalktooth for the record. I think we need to look at this, how it was initially certified. If we expected. Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
If we expected the site to be rehabbed, if they chose to abandon it, then I think the road and the bridge need to be removed.
So what we were just clarifying is that they've met their responsibilities, that it's useful. The county has stated that it's useful. There's not, our responsibility is to look at whether there's anything hazardous. That is not the case. They don't have to restore it to, lack of a better word, pristine, non-existing. It was non-hazardous. So from looking over at council and Todd, I think that has been fulfilled. Sarah, do you want to add anything?
Well, and thank you for your comment, Councilmember Chalktooth. I would just offer too that where you had mentioned we need to look at how it was initially certified. That's why when you, the termination rules have this step where then council has to approve the retirement plan. So if that is not exactly the same as that was proposed in the application phase, that's okay, but council has to approve it. So, and then oftentimes, just as a parallel, a retirement plan or a decommissioning estimate at the application phase might say in EFU zone land, if the landowner views some structure as useful to their farm operation, then we would like to consider leaving that in place. So it's not completely out of the ordinary to evaluate leaving components in place if it's deemed appropriate.
Thank you for that clarification, Sarah. Does that address your concerns, Perry?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Anyone else have other comments?
Well, I just say that any activity on this property, even if it were returned to agricultural activity, would have to have access. And the problem here is the ditch, the irrigation, which has to be crossed in order to get from the nearest road to the property. It's very unlikely that it ever would be returned to agricultural use. But even if it were, there would still need to be access. It's more likely that it would be ultimately developed for industrial purposes. I would anticipate that someone would come in and make an application to change the zone to an industrial zone. And in that case, again, you will need access and a bridge over the ditch. So to require the applicant remove and return the property, return the roadbed and the bridge just simply would require that it have to be rebuilt again. So it doesn't make any sense in my mind that you require the applicant to remove those facilities when it's necessary and the county has recognized it as accessory.
Thank you. Last call for comments. Okay, so that takes care of the retirement part. Are there any comments with actually addressing just the termination of the site certificate? And they're nodding no. And they're nodding no. All right. Did that address everything? So we think we can do this all in one fell swoop? All right, anyone want to take a stab at making a motion?
I'll do it.
All right, Ken, thank you.
And Madam Chair, I move that the council issue a combined order approving the proposed final retirement plan as a final retirement plan terminating the perennial Winchester Station site certificate as recommended by staff.
Vice Chair House made a motion, Secretary Gwinnett has a comment.
Yeah, just a sort of a friendly amendment. I think we had intended to be final order versus combined order. And it may have been some change in language, so I think council issue a final order versus you read combined order.
Yeah.
So that was probably an older version.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and I thought this was an order that was combining the two things, so that's why.
Which is correct.
Yeah.
But I think we just, we chose in the end the terminology of final.
I accept that friendly amendment.
And I agree as the second.
Okay, so we have a friendly amendment, which Vice Chair Howell has accepted. Councilmember Jenkins has made a second. Further comments? None. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Jordan Truitt,
Yes.
Ann Jenkins,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Cindy Conlon,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Harry Chalkton,
Yes.
Marcy Carey.
Yes.
Motion carried, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Sarah. Well, that gets us up to lunch because it is here. And it is 12:23. How much time would y'all like to have to get lunch? Because in our final agenda item, to my knowledge, is the compliance update, which will have Dwayne and Sarah speaking to us. So do we want to take some time and grab lunch? How much time do we need? 20 minutes work for folks?
Yes.
Does that work for Sarah, Dwayne, that good for y'all? So if we can, let's just give an extra 2 minutes, and if we can go for 12:45 to return, that would be great. We will recess until 12:45. Thanks. Sarah, I see you over yonder, so does that mean Dwayne's on his own? Okay, that's all good, just wanna. All right, so the time is now 12:45. This is Chair Grano, and we are going to resume our meeting. We have a compliance update. This is an information item. We have Dwayne Kozak, the Oregon Department of Energy Compliance Officer, who will provide council with an update on compliance program activities. Dwayne, the floor is yours.
Well, previous council members, Chair Grill, for the record, I'm going to talk on the compliance officer for the energy facility second division. First order of business for me, and first things I'd like to ask you about today is the frequency of you seeing how many updates would you like to have a year? Well, right now we're on track for about two updates a year from the compliance part. Is that suffice, or would you like to be more? Would I bring other things to the table? You know, like today, I'm talking about incidents, and I can come back and resolve. I could with the issues of the incidents and things like that. Slowly every year, let's have a discussion about it before I get started here.
Let me just evaluate your performance today.
So do I end it? Still fall asleep.
And signaling.
Sure. My position on this would be, I'd be interested in, I think a couple of times a year is good, but if there's an incident that happens like the dumping of the clear or the radioactive waste, that's a good one to bring to us earlier than later, as well as the deaths that the farmers were having a problem with, or that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Thank
Really do that and keep, that way you kind of keep up on what we're doing. Seats. And then if you have any questions and you, they don't get past, we can back.
Yeah, this is handling from my perspective, once a year is fine for those things where we're clicking along, meeting the schedules.
Yeah.
You don't have any issues. But like Ken said, for those things where we have issues, I think we ought to get them on the agenda. And there's something that we need to address in part of it. And we should, if we've got problems out there, the county should be able to put those problems on. Sorry.
Good. Go ahead, Ann. I'm interested in trends as well. So if you're seeing increased incidents of dust complaints or noise complaints or people just ignoring the process. So we know that, so when we work on new site certificates, we can try to fine tune the conditions. And then if you're seeing things where our conditions aren't specific enough for you to really do your job, that would be helpful.
Cool. And for today's presentation, basically what I've done is I've done like a golden view of all the projects. And that's especially good for you. So fire is that you're new to the situation, you're new to citing to this. And for me to kind of give you a background of our facilities, where we're at. Background is really good. I think that's really good for council members to come in. Or enemies testing. Sorry. He's listened to it quite a few times, so some of it's the same information. It's what we do, right? So, okay, that's.
Just a second.
The record talk for a minute. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the feedback, and we can absolutely do that. Just out of curiosity, so if, there's some incident and we felt it was justifiable to add to the agenda and bring that to council's attention, but I can certainly do it. I've done it in the past in the secretary report, but something more than that, something as an agenda item. Would you want the certificate holder being given the option to come in during that presentation as well, provide their side?
Yeah, I think we should have them here. I know we had a conversation with Portland General Electric, and what I was going to even, I appreciate what we've done twice a year. I think you've done sort of a formal thing, but even if we looked at quarterly, just making sure, because I think some of the feedback, again, we've all heard it, that, we're just cruising along, doing whatever y'all say. And so if we had you here present, at least we can say that we've got a steady plan. So that was a thought that I had.
Yeah, for the record, doing work on again. Yes, it's exactly what I would like to see as well, because, the fact of the matter is some of our facilities are getting older, some wind farms are getting into pretty old on the landscape. And some of them, are obviously are going to go into repower as they go, but, as they get older, they're not maintained, then there's issues that arise. So, I think that'd be very easy to accommodate.
Thank you. Go ahead, Cindy.
So just to comment, I agree, I would like quarterly, yes, I think it's important. One of my concerns is that if I'm reading the or there are very many newspapers now, but I would like to be able to say, yeah, we've spoken to that, and so this is old news. I don't think there are parties that might want to keep certain things private within the department. Should we get older realm, whereas the public would like there to be more voice, and so I would my tendency would lean toward the public disclosure, transparency, and comment.
Thank you. Check in with Perry. Perry, do you have any thoughts on this one?
Not really. I just need to, I think we just need to address them as they come up.
Okay, thank you. Didn't want to leave you out. All right, well, hopefully Dwayne, that's enough information for you to work with Todd and Sarah, the rest of the team to come up with what we're asking for.
Yes, that sounds really good. So, are we ready to start? Okay, for today's compliance update, I'll be updating you on the Oregon Department of Energy's operating facilities that have site certificates. The Oregon Energy Facilities location, current status of construction projects, and construction location map. The compliance work plan for July 2022 through June 2023. Then I'll finish up with Shepherd's Flat turbine fire update, followed by a report reporting an incident that occurred during 2022. And then once the conclusion of my update, and Wally, Adams, and Sarah, especially will follow up with their information items and things that as we go from compliance, one compliance to more two compliance after which. So let's start out with energy facilities. Energy facilities, ID Council, energy facilities. So the department has 37 energy facilities that have been issued site certificates. And under the jurisdiction of the energy facility side of town, which would be here today. 13 wind farms, 11 operating, 4 operating under repower. That's the Shepherd's Flat, North Shepherd's Flat, Central Shepherd's Flat, South. And then we have State Line, that's equal to under repower as well. One facility is under construction pause at Summit Ridge. Construction must be completed by August 19th of 2023. Lastly, Wheat Ridge East. This facility is approved but not under construction, targeting 2023. Department has 11 natural gas related facilities. Of these facilities, 7 are operating power plants. It's approved power plant under review. Well, this is the one that pretty much is. Sorry. 85. Sorry, I get a little excited. So yes, like I was saying, the department has 11 natural gas related facilities. Of these facilities, 7 are operating power plants. 1 is approved power plant under review to terminate, which you guys terminated just today. So that's off the docket. And then we have gas related facilities, including 2 operating pipelines and this number storage facility. Then the department has 9 solar facilities, 1 operating, Ridge 3 solar facility, 3 are under construction, Bake Oven Solar, Daybreak Solar, Monte Solar. 5 solar facilities are approved but not under construction. Are Oregon Solar facility, which must begin February 23rd, 24. Then we have the Maverick Solar Energy Facility. Commitments construction is June 25th, 24. Oregon Trail Solar Facility, preliminary request to amend and seeks council for approval for a 3-year extension to the construction commencement deadline. If approved, this extension will make the construction commencement deadline August 30th, 2025. Then we have Obsidian Solar. The deadline for certificate of hold this construction is February 25th, 2025. And then Sunset Solar, the deadline for construction is April 24th, 2026. And then let's move on to the other facilities I have listed. 6 other up there on the slide. So the department has 3 nuclear related facilities, the Charlton Independent Spent Fuel Storage Installation. 2 operating research reactors, 1 at Reed College and the other located at Oregon State University. And then also under the other facilities is the operating 51.25 megawatt steam generator, turbine generator that sits in the middle of power or in the middle of a paper mill. And that's located in Springfield Utility Industrial Center. And that's all we have is just the generator. That's all we look at. The department has one operating ethanol plant, Alco Ingredients, formerly known as Pacific Ethanol LLC. It produces 44 million gallons of ethanol every year. It's located in Boardman Industrial Park, Fort Morrow County. So it's basically in Boardman. Then the last on the list, the department has one operating 500 transmission line, and that's the Eugene and Medford transmission line. It's an operating 146 500 kilovolt transmission line between Pacific Corps Meridian substation near Medford, and then goes to Pacific Corps Spencer switching station south of Eugene. So here's the slide that represents the ESSEC jurisdictional operating facilities in Oregon. So the blue and dark blue represents the main facilities that are currently on the landscape. So we have Leading Junipers, we have the Klondikes, we have Rolling Hills, Bigelow, all pretty close to Boardman. And then we have Wheat Ridge and Navajo, and then also we have some of the blue ones, also the dark blue ones. Are operating is the Shepherd's Flat, Central, South, North projects along the state line. Then the white facility represents the only solar facility, Wheat Ridge Renewable Energy Facility. That's the 50 megawatt I was talking about earlier. That's an operating and has associated battery storage. That one's starting here. Then the facilities in orange represents the operating natural gas related facilities that we have on the landscape. So we have Trojan up here named decommissioned facility up here, close to Rainier. Then we have the MIST projects up by MIST, and then we have what else we have? We got the Carty generation, of course, that's in Boardman. And then we have Hermiston Power, Hermiston Generating that are in the Hermiston area. And then also we have some Klamath Falls ones. Signals over here. Klamath Falls projects down here as well. And then in yellow.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes.
These are great map. We talked about several years ago about adding the county projects that are approved. Has that been done?
No, for the record, Todd Cornett. So and totally agree, it's a great map. What we actually want to use and we intend to use next time is the ARESA tool.
Is what?
The ARESA, so the online mapping tool. This was generated using GIS, but this is sort of a static version of it, which is kind of fallout boxes. We want to have a little more dynamic, map in the future using ARESA. And one of the things that we have on the list of things to do is try to get those local facilities on there. So not only would you be able to see ESSEC jurisdictional facility, but you'd be able to see the local jurisdictional facilities as well. So it's on the list. We're working on it. And hopefully by next year, we'll have that updated.
That'd be great.
For the record, again, it's Dwayne Kilstock. So continuing on, the facilities in yellow are Oregon State Nuclear, Oregon State University for research reactors, and then we have the Trojan up here up by Rainier. I guess I kind of lumped it in on the last part. Sorry about that. And then we have the Reed research reactor right up in there. Then also in the green up here, like green, is the Columbia Ethanol. Columbia Ethanol facility with 4 million gallons of ethanol puts out, and that's basically in Oregon, just right outside of Oregon. And then we have, what else do we have? Like the dark blue ones, like we're saying, as the repower facilities. I spoke about earlier too. So, that's what it's called. So, any questions before I move on?
So, these are just the ones that are in operation. So not the full number that have been approved.
Then my next, I'll go into construction next. So construction.
Just-
So,
Just and in workshop.
so this is my construction projects, and I'm gonna, this might be a little bit lengthy, but I want to go through these, each one, and kind of give you an update on, what's going on with these as much as I possibly can. So we'll start out with, Bake Oven Solar. I've loved Bake Oven Solar and Daybreak together because basically they're, right next to each other. Drive one, drive the other. So, Bake Oven Solar project is approved solar, photovoltaic energy generating facility, which, could occupy or use up to 1,270 acres, 2 square miles, with a nominal generating capacity of approximately 60 megawatts. Approved related or supporting facilities include 100 megawatt battery storage system, collector substation operations, and maintenance building. It's approximately 11 miles, and approximately 11 mile, 230 kV transmission line. And as you know, the Energy Facility Siting Council approved RFA1 of the government site certificate, which split the approved facilities into 3 certificates: Bake Oven Solar, Daybreak Solar Project, and the Sunset Solar Project that has not started construction. All 3 have shared related portable facilities as mentioned above. The facility site boundary includes approximately 10,604 acres. According to Avangrid, due to tariffs and Biden's executive order on solar panels, they had to cancel their old order and reorder another set of solar panels, which they have done. And the earliest delivery would be September 2022, and that would be the perfect case scenario with no delays. And based on assumption of September delivery, they would have to bump out their planned COD dates to March 2023 for Bake Oven and June 2023 for Daybreak. And this could slip the delivery as they like. They're prepping the site and will be ready to install when solar panels go live. And then we have Boardman Solar Energy Facility. It's an approved solar photovoltaic energy generating facility with a peak generating capacity of 75 megawatts. It's located in a site boundary of approximately 790 acres, which is 1.25 square miles. One is the exclusive farm use.
Excuse me, Dwayne, just, this is Marcy for the record. So you said because of the order from the Biden administration, that's what caused this. And my thought is, this is not the first time we're going to see this, and all these projects are gonna get kicked down the roads, and I just, for the record, want to say that we're hearing it, so there's a valid, bona fide reason, so later when it comes up again, we're not gonna be surprised.
Just everybody track exactly what that was or what that meant in terms of the tariff issue.
Chinese solar panels, excuse me, just the same bottom.
Yeah.
So it's not really so much a supply chain issue as it is tariffs that are blocking, intentionally blocking.
Yes.
Yeah, so there was fairly economical Chinese solar panels coming into the US market, which was creating a lot of solar energy projects. But then with the prior administration, the tariff on because I think it was suppressing domestic production of solar panels. Then, this is just again my understanding, China was rerouting solar panels through other Southeast Asian nations. And so the Biden administration did another evaluation because I don't remember the company, but some solar production company in the US triggered a reevaluation. The Biden administration looked at that, allowed it to continue to go through those Southeast Asian nations, but for a limited time period. So it's still allowed to come in, presumably cheaper than US sort of produced solar panels, but for a limited time period, and then they will reevaluate whether they shut those off, and put a limit on, what can come into the US versus kind of, US production of solar panels. So these are the things that, as Chair Brown kind of mentioned, has nothing to do with us directly, but can certainly have a huge impact on when projects come in, when they can begin construction, when they might legitimately need to request the time extension. So there's a lot of things, could be a tax incentive at the federal level, could be, the ability to get this, components, whether it's supply chain because of COVID or tariff. There's a lot of other factors, that, again, don't directly relate to us, but can have a pretty huge impact on what can move forward and what can't. So we, it's not really our job to totally keep track of those, but we try to keep an eye on them to have some understanding.
Thank you.
Is the ordinance started?
What's that?
Is the ordinance started? Oh, okay. I drive by the site, I don't know what's happening.
So, for the record, again, continue. So I'm gonna go, I'm gonna go back to board with the solar again, or want to do? Okay, but already, I'll do the party generation stations. So party generation station is an operating natural gas facility that has recently completed construction of new infrastructure, including but not limited to a septic system, water pipeline, wastewater pipeline, and a 200 substation, the Carty substation. Construction of the Carty substation started in May of 2018 to 2021 and was completed in December 2021. Construction of the septic system was started on August 9th, 2021, was completed on September 10th, 2021. So now construction of the admin building as approved in the final order on Amendment 2 is expected to commence in the fourth quarter of 2022. So they're still going through the pre-construction phase. And then this administration building will be approximately 60 by 120 by 120 feet, and it's adjacent to Unit 1. Then we have the Montague Solar Facility. It's an approved solar voltaic energy generating facility with a peaking generating capacity of 162 megawatts that could use or occupy up to 1,189 acres of exclusive farm use zone land in Gillette County. Site certificate holders approximately 50% done with installation of the solar modules. We're on track to be ready to go COD, commercial operation date, by the end of December 2022.
Jump in just real quick, again, for the record, talk on that. So as you're going through these, if there are any facilities that you as a council would like to see, or individually, if we're, have a council meeting in Eastern Oregon and we're in proximity, we can attempt to set up site visits for any of these facilities, whether they're in construction, pre-construction, operation. Certainly it's valuable to get out there and actually see what these things look like on the landscape. And I think it's also valuable to get out at different times, in that sort of construction cycle. So, we're not making that decision certainly today, but it would be helpful to know if, any group or any single or a couple of council members would like to get out and see some of these facilities. We can absolutely make that happen. It's a lot easier now that we're, on the other side.
So this is Hanley, Madam Chair. And being the old timer around here, I would really recommend that you get out and see these. I was shocked to see the Carty Generation Station. The substation was under construction at the time, and Boardman Coal all on the same site visit, and it was really beneficial. So gives you perspective. So, really liked seeing the facility. So when we have a meeting that's near, let's say, let's make a field trip to it. Time we're there.
Yeah, as we start to, have more meetings, outside of several in those areas, we will look to make, create those opportunities.
Anne, you had something? I would just tackle the same thing I know with our local projects, getting people out on the site during construction and then during operation, two totally different things, especially with solar. And I think we're going to continue to see a lot of interest in just from the Department of Agriculture, you're changing our landscape and getting a feel for what those landscape impacts look like. Not that they're good or bad, just so you have that understanding as people come in and say, you can't change our viewer, whatever, but, and this may not be appropriate, but could we take a line on a compliance thing?
Yes.
I think that would be fascinating.
Yes.
And,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
oh, that's just, I was wondering if it was appropriate. I think it would be interesting to know what you're looking for. Again, with an eye towards, are there other conditions we should be thinking about or ways to fine tune the conditions?
Yeah, prior to COVID, during the presentation, we always offered that. So if, for example, you say, I absolutely want to go on one, can you keep me in the loop on when you're conducting these? So, and then we can basically let you know, and then whatever one works out for you, we can make that happen. So, I mean, obviously, for the council members as well, but yes. That's the short answer.
Thank you. I think it would give a different perspective.
The further record been straight goes on. Yes, in the past, I took Barry Diver. I took him to Columbia Ethanol. We did an inspection with Columbia Ethanol, so he came with me, he sat with me, and he basically shadowed me and walked through the line and basically I showed him what I do as far as so yeah, I would love to have anyone of you, we have a tour of a facility, whatever you want. It's all for the more knowledge. So continuing on, again, for the record, Dwayne Hillstone. So let's talk about Shepherd's Flat, North, Central, and South. They're all three are under wind turbine repower, replacement of blades, gearboxes. So Shepherd's Flat North is in Dillon County. Construction started in August of 2021. And Shepherd's Flat North is 100% done, or 100% completed at the end of May. Restoration of impacts is ongoing with decompaction and hydroseeding activities going forward. And then central construction was started October 2021. So Shepherd's Flat Central is 92% complete with 8 turbines left to repower. And then they're actually in the restoration, and they're doing restoration as well, ongoing, and decompaction and hydroseeding activities as well. And then Shepherd's Flat South, construction started in October of 2021. And then Shepherd's Flat South is 58% complete on their repower, and then should be done by end of 2022 with that. So we can repower. And then I'll be showing some pictures a little bit later. Then State Line Wind Project, State Line 1 and 2 is operating with Van Sickle 2, just starting their wind turbine repower. Van Sickle 2 wind turbine repower includes removal and replacement of turbine hub, blades, rotor, gearboxes, and nacelles. The wind turbine repower would result in an increased turbine capacity from 2.3 megawatts to 2.66 megawatts. Secretary had started the repower just off, like I said last month, just recently. Then on to Summer Ridge. Summer Ridge Wind Farm is an approved wind energy generating facility that consists of 72 wind turbines with a peaking capacity, generating capacity of 194.4 megawatts. This facility is under construction pause after building 1 mile access road. Construction of the remaining facility components must be completed by August 19, 2023.
Before you run the next slide, I just want to kind of, do a little bit of a set of perspective. just went through in pretty significant detail Fort Hemingway. That's a different sort of level, like, you know, it's recent. Looked at the conditions, you saw all the detail in that, you know, and, you know, you saw the prior slide with all of the operational facilities, and there are numerous site certificate conditions that have been evaluated on each one of those annually. Then you start adding construction projects and thinking about the volume of pre-construction and construction conditions that have to be evaluated legitimately. It is incredible. I mean, the volume of, you know, and you saw some of the details of some of those individual conditions of how complex they can be. So magnify that by the numbers of facilities, and not only new construction, but, you know, again, you add operational facilities, construction facilities. This is where you're here later on, why we're trying to increase the resources associated with the compliance program, because there's just so much of it. There's just really so much of it. It is very significant. And again, recently looking at those conditions in Boardman and Hemingway, and look at the numbers that Wayne's talking about, and sort of do the math on that. It's a lot of work.
For the record, so I'll begin. So this is my, this slide represents the facilities under construction in Oregon. So we have the blue one I just talked about right here, Summit Ridge, that's under construction pause, like I said before. And we have the solar facility, Montague, Daybreak, and Bake Oven down here. So it's east of Moffitt, these facilities over here. And then Shepherd's Flat, Central, north, south, north, central, and south are right in this area. Just outside of Boardman, solar facility that's under construction pause as well.
No, it's never begun construction.
Oh, never did?
Yeah, I think that just got mistaken in there.
Yeah, so, still, it's still safe.
They requested a time extension to begin, you know, their time extension to begin construction, begin the construction date, so that one is not initiated construction at all.
Yeah, correct, okay, thank you, John. Then we have the Covington station, that's up for a repower, as I mentioned before. So that's what we have on landscape at the moment. So let's go ahead and move on over to the compliance work plan. And just like Scott was saying, and this compliance work plan, it speaks kind of just in basically everything we do. Show us that, you know, how we're doing process improvement to meet the demands as we go on. So, so let's go ahead and get started. So let's start with facility inspections. So operating facilities, its staff and can inspect operating facilities annually. However, for some of the older facilities, a desk audit or a biannual on-site inspection may be more appropriate. A virtual desk audit inspection is used to conduct an inspection remotely using Teams or other similar format, where the department staff and certificate holders can still meet face-to-face and have the ability to review records, conduct interviews, save travel expenses, and avoid inclement weather. Frequency of on-site inspections is determined based on site certificate conditions, requirements such as noxious weed control, revegetation, habitat mitigation plans, and recent indices or issues such as fire spills or accidents. And then large facilities may require several days for multiple persons to complete the inspection. Site inspections for facilities located in the same geographic area are scheduled together when possible to maximize efficiency and minimize costs. For example, right now, we're trying to get person generating and person power on the same day. Usually what I do is I conduct the combined inspection in the morning from 8 till noon, and then I head over to person generator and finish out for the day. So we knock out 2 in one day, and I have to travel. We usually travel before, because that's what we get to knock out. Okay. The facilities of pre-construction constructions. Documents required by site certificate condition are reviewed and approved by siting division staff, including compliance officers, senior siting analysts, senior policy advisor, operations and policy analyst, and siting policy analyst or coordinator, as necessary and applicable. Department energy staff rely on state agencies, local government, tribal governments, and consultants where necessary. Inspections are done as needed to ensure site certificate conditions are being met. For a typical site, one or more pre-construction site visits occur prior to groundbreaking activities. This is to photograph and document conditions prior to any disturbance. During construction, inspections occur after the department. Inspections occur after the department has received and reviewed the first semi-annual construction progress report. Inspections occur to verify the site certificate conditions are being met. Photos, documentation, review, interviews, and direct observations are methods to verify compliance and conditions. Each inspection concludes a report of findings and an issue to the site certificate holder.
So when this, oh, go ahead. Cindy Bond from record. I am just curious. Is there a difference in how long an inspection takes in terms of size and megawatts, like 50 megawatts versus 600 megawatts?
For record, so Counselor, so basically, so we have like a person gender 550 megawatt facility. We can do that in a half hour site. You get a wind farm such as Shepherd's Flat, trying to hit that, try to hit that in the bay as well. Shepherd's Flat, north, central, and south, keeping them separate, but trying to inspect those in the bay. And maybe in the future might require a second day. So the megawatts does not really correlate to the inspection time. I think the wind farms are the most demanding of the information, the mitigation areas, and re-veg follow-up is one of the time-consuming projects that we have. The simple fact that, up in that area, Oregon area, to revegetate natural habitat, get back to the way it was, it's very hard. It takes a long time. We're trending a lot. They're trending towards success, but it's going to take a while. And then also, sometimes we have droughts and things like that. So then that puts everything back as well. So then people the monitoring and mitigation still has to continue.
Thank you. I was curious because projects seem to be getting bigger and bigger. How much resource time?
And for the record, again, it's Wayne Kilstone. So like the solar farms, they're getting pretty big scale. I'm not sure how we judge those at the moment, but they're getting very long. And then of course we have linear, facilities like the Eugene Medford.
Can you talk about the site inspections you've done online for Eugene Medford? Like how long did it take and how much did you actually see?
Yeah, so Eugene and Medford, when I did conducted on-site visits or inspected with them, was basically it took two days to drive along because they can't get access to all of it. The purpose of that kind of visit and inspections, kind of making sure that there's no overhead that's in violation. Because a new building will be built, and if it's not picked up, then it could be in violation of their clearance for their power line. So there's things like that, and then also going through the line, see how they're doing on vegetation removal, on the line and keeping the vegetation down, and so it's not such a fire hazard.
So I'd say part of it's the condition themselves, but a lot of it's the physical nature of the facility. So you have a transmission line, 180 miles, or dispersed wind facility that is a very big site area that, hard to drive. You can't drive every single winter and look every single winter in site visit. But a gas plant is not physically very big in comparison. And so, once we have solar facilities, even though they may be relatively large, it's a single footprint, it's not a dispersed footprint. So I suspect those will be maybe not as easy as, say, a gas plant, in terms of the physical size, but probably a lot easier to run on-site inspection than a wind facility that is dispersed across very large geographic area.
This is, I would think it's more driven by the conditions of approval. Or it has to be evaluated as part of his annual inspection.
Okay, sure, we walked the, like 17th for
Well, this is Marcy, do you have, regular people, or are you seeing part of the people that you deal with? I mean, I assume if you're talking to the same people all the time and develop a relationship, and I hope, are you working with the same folks, or is it just whoever they throw at you?
For the record, Dylan Kilson, Chair Barrel. So, usually, they're, long-term, managers. You know, so when I go there, you know, I know it's not my job to educate, but I go through the conditions, I read the conditions to them, I remind them of the 72-hour conditions and things like that. So that's kind of, then if there's a new manager, a new project manager, a new manager, whatever it is, then I go into further detail on the site certificate, you know, because, I think that they need that further detail, and they need to know why I'm there and what I'm looking for. So for the most part, it's pretty stable. But it seems like some of the wind farms now have been losing a lot of managers. I'm not sure why, but the wind farm managers that I see are moving around or moving out for power. So the long-term ones, you know, like the gas plants, things like that, stick around until they retire. You know, so yeah, and you know, that's part of making relationships, you know, with them. Because, you know, if they're familiar with me, because, you know, I tell them too that, you know, I'm here now, but if you have any questions, you know, call me. You know, anything you're concerned about, call me, because I'd rather have a call me when we work it out than go ahead and do something that report it in their annual report next year, and then we find something that wasn't represented correct. So.
Thank you.
Get the record when it feels done. So I'm gonna start off or keep going with the annual, going to the annual report review. So consistent with OAR 345.026.0080, most certificate holders are required to submit annual reports no later than April 30th of each year. Except for the OAR 345.26.026.00801. A certificate holder shall submit a semi-construction progress report to the department within 6 months after the start of construction and every 6 months thereafter. The annual report is an overview of the calendar year preceding the date of the report and includes the status of the facility, reliability, and efficiency of the power production, field use, financial surety status, monitoring mitigation report, and a compliance report, sometimes called a compliance matrix. Prior to reviewing the annual report, staff familiarizes themselves with the operating conditions of the site certificate. The report is reviewed and any issues are noted. A semi-annual or annual site visit is conducted to verify information in the annual report and resolve any identified issues. The response letter is generated and sent to the certificate holder. If a correction action is required, a correction action plan and schedule is requested and monitored. Per OAR 345.030.0010, the research reactors at Oregon State University and College must submit their annual reports associated with their research reactors by August 1st each year. The details any environmental effects as specified in the rule, which occurred during the prior calendar year. So if something would happen at the research reactors, they would go send their rates, send their readings, or blah, 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 or something, that would be in the report and we'd look at it. And, you know, the NRC is very deep into these research reactors, so they in conformance before form, so. So. Let's go on to incident notification response. Consistent with OAR 345-026-0170, certificate holder is required to notify segment staff within 72 hours of any occurrence involving an attempt by anyone to interfere in safe operation, a significant natural event such as a fire, earthquake, flood, tsunami, or tornado, or a human-caused event such as a fire or explosion, or a fatality injury at the facility. We have not had fatalities at those sites to date. There was a fatality prior to us having, I think it's prior to us such a certificate. So thank goodness for that.
Okay. For the record, Tom, in the rebellion article, I think it alluded to that being ours. That was not. I think there's some misunderstanding. The article indicated that, there was fatality and we didn't have any information associated with that. But it may have been our misunderstanding, and we responded to it. As well, that was not our jurisdiction, certainly that was.
All right, for the record, getting doing this on for the incident notification response. So what I talked about that. Yes, I just talked about what's dangerous. Okay, so let's go into the annual fee assessment. So consistent with OARS 469-421 sub 5, most certificate holders are required to pay an annual fee based on the estimation of compliance activities costs incurred by the department, citing staff, or for the facility. Each May, individual assessments for the next fiscal year are created. The assessments take into account the time to review the annual reports, evaluate short and long-term restoration mitigation requirements, conduct a number of inspections to be done, and administrative tasks such as records management, financial assurance updates. The annual fee is assessed in August for July 1st. For June 30th period. Unanticipated work such as preparation for a proposed amendment, incident responses, or questions with annual reports will increase the certificate's holder's fees. Any unexpected fees are returned to any unexpensed fees are returned to the certificate holder or applied to the next year's assessment. So they have that ability. Then financial assurance.
Cindy was going to ask a question. Thank you. And I'm sorry to go back to the incident notification response. I'm just curious, so in August, there was an article with respect to the release and deeper reporting, assuming it's verified, but how that kind of incident report, just reconciling our work with the news article. Can you talk about that? Was there an incident report that we got, and what the process was?
Yes, Chair Norman. So yes, we were notified of that, and I'll go into that here in a little bit more detail, but we're actually in the midst of an interview or reviewing all that and checking my documents and doing what we do as far as investigation process. So that's one of a few that we have on the docket, and we didn't endorse some of those shortly.
Okay, great. Sorry, I just didn't know what came next. Yeah.
So last on the slide is the financial assurance updates. So consistent with OAR 345-026-00068, certificate holders must maintain a bond or letter of credit in the amount estimated to restore the site back to non-hazardous condition if the facility is retired and the certificate holder is not decommissioned the facility and restore the site. Bonds and letter of credits are typically updated annually to keep up pace with inflation, and associated financial institutions are evaluated annually for financial viability. The department securely holds these bonds and letter of credits on behalf of the council. The total amount of the bonds and letter of credit is $217,571,182.
It sounds like a lot. This is coastal environment. I'm sure the word for scheme of things is.
And here we have financial assurance. This is shows the projects that we have on financial assurance. Then you can, at the top is the issuer, could be a bank or could be a different company as well, insurance company. Again, over here is the rating, AA plus. So when we do our yearly eval of these, if they drop below a certain point, then we ask them to find a different bond or credit holder or different issue. And then here's the original amount that we keep track of, and then as we update it every year to keep up with inflation, then this number goes up every year. So this number every year will go up every year. The only time we did, one year we didn't have, I think, things go up was like in 2010, something when it was really the economy was really bad. So the update was very much all the time.
So for the record, talk on that. So this ties back to annually, our fiscal analyst, Cicely Fleming comes to the council. As the, one of the things that she brings up is that rating of those bond and credit issuers. And so in those instances, essentially council says, we've done the work, we've done the evaluation, say these are good for the credit for the institutions, and then are these the ones that are on the list? And council approves that. And so anybody can choose those without coming to council, but if they want to choose somebody else, that has to come before us. So whether it's an existing certificate holder that wants to have a new institution, or even an applicant, that has to somehow get evaluated and vetted by council. So you validate these on an annual basis.
Yes, Cindy.
Just a question, not related to this, but in the applications we get what's called a comfort letter. And you know how the comfort letter writer that we get on application, how it relates to the actual issue? Is the comfort letter writer often the same as the security commission?
It's a good question. Look at Sarah, so I might have better response on it.
I think it is often the same.
But I'm just more curious about it.
This one.
That mostly.
It's usually the same. They usually say, we would be prepared to issue a letter of credit to this. I don't know that it's always, but I think the ones that I've seen were usually entity that will issue it.
Yeah, I'm just one that we recently reviewed, left me group that say that they're not really saying that. They're saying there's someone. Yes. Yeah. And so I'm just cautious about that. So what would inform that? Thank you.
For the record, it's Dwayne Kilstone, compliance officer. So we'll go back we'll continue on the compliance work plan. I'll start with the certificate conditions and transitions. So, so this is, we want to develop clear, enforceable site certificate conditions. Are instrumental to the implementation of the department's compliance program. Coordination between the senior site analysts, compliance officers, senior policy advisors, site and policy analysts, dual coordinator and operation policy analysts department, and the department's Department of Justice legal counsel, as appropriate and necessary in drafting conditions, allows the compliance program to ensure that site certificates contain clear, enforceable, and consistent conditions which, when applicable, can be applied across all projects. We'll do a little about exempt facilities. So exempt facilities consistent with OAR 345.015.0350. Certain facilities are exempt from the requirement of obtaining a site certificate. Today, we have 16 facilities that have been granted exception status by the council. The most recent was the Port Westford Renewable Fuels Project, which council issued an order granted an exemption in May of this year. So, then site inspection request resolution. Anyone may request an inspection by the department staff of the energy facility siting in the jurisdictional facility. Oregon Administrative Rules 345.026.00502 provide guidance on the subject of subjecting a request, which is limited to 2 areas. The requester believes a violation of the FSEC order site certificate condition or a warranty has occurred or may imminently occur, or the situation exists that may lead to unnecessary exposure of an individual to hazardous materials or unsafe, dangerous operation or dangerous conditions. The compliance officers are responsible for reviewing the requests, communicating appropriately with the requester in energy facility site council, and completing investigation with warranty. Requests can be made in writing through email or through an online form at the agency's website. So we recently received one of these inspections requests, and we're actually doing an investigating right now and following that through. So
Just so people are often familiar with the term complaint, you could respond to a complaint. We don't technically have a complaint process, but this functionally is the same thing. So when, just from a terminology standpoint, somebody submits something to us, it would have to be within the framework of this administrative rule requesting site inspection, essentially telling us or asserting that a certificate holder is operating, is either constructing or operating outside of whatever they were authorized to do. It is functionally a complaint process, it's just a different terminology. So you probably never hear us use that term.
for the record, it is doing Gil's compliance officer. So let's talk a little bit about violations. So OER 345 Division 29 outlines the process for issuing a notice of violation, assessing civil penalties, and either revoking or suspending the site certificate. If the site certificate holder operated of an exempt facility constructed or operated a facility contrary to their site certificate or exemption, enforcement procedures included in Division 29 are utilized. Enforcement proceedings will be managed by Senior Policy Advisor, Assistant Division Administrative Department, Administrative Departments, Department of Justice, Legal Counsel, in consultation with the compliance officers as well.
Yeah, just, sorry. So violations, there's a sort of theoretical, somebody operating outside happens occasionally, doesn't mean we issue notice of violation. Good. So when the language says either, me as the secretary or the Energy Facility Council, I have the authority to issue notice of violation. The council also has the authority to issue notices of violation, or to direct us to issue notices of violation. So it can come from either. So I just want to make sure that we know your role and authority is.
And for the record, again, this one goes on to compliance officer. So we have issued one notice of violation in the past. That was a reporting violation from Columbia Ethanol. Basically, is what happened is Columbia Ethanol went into bankruptcy. Fortunately for Oregon, the facility here in Oregon stayed operating, all other ethanol facilities shut down. So they worked through their issues, and then what I discovered is they were reporting to us annually. And that was the issue. We didn't know what was going on. Plant, I'd go out there, and come back, and they'd say, "Oh, yeah," say whatever, and come back, hear nothing. Then I'd go back out there again, and it'd be a different manager, different. So it was just a long process that we finally just put a stop to by issuing was the violation. So last on the list is process improvement and compliance program. So the department consistently looks for process efficiencies to increase timeless, consistency, inclusiveness, transparency, predictability, and enhance relations with the various groups who participate in that set process. Process improvement tasks are typically one-time efforts that allow us to better perform the compliance responsibilities listed above. A virtual desktop inspection is the perfect example of a process improvement task. As I spoke about earlier in my presentation, and as I recapping, desktop inspection is used to conduct an inspection remotely, and it's using Teams or other similar format of department staff and certificate holders can still get face-to-face and have ability to review the records, conducting reviews, saving travel expenses and avoiding implement other. We did a facility just conducted a virtual desk audit September 2nd of this month, and it was very successful. So that worked out good. Part of that desk audit is, we send out compliance plan, make sure we have them fill out their kind of responses to the conditions. We review that, and if there's anything that we want to know more, this is a perfect opportunity to actually go through a lot of the conditions at once.
Sure.
Yes, Ken.
Yes, is there an ability for you to utilize, say, engineers stamp certifying certain conditions been met and doing a desk audit that say you have?
For the record, Randy, it's not about Chair Howell. So, yes. Just trying to figure out right there.
Yes, it's good.
What's that?
Yes, it's good enough.
Yes, it's good enough.
You can utilize representation.
Well, so kind of what I was going at is a lot of the stamp stuff are, done prior to, going through the process. So
The design stage.
Design stage. But if I do find something on the landscape that maybe doesn't, I see it, maybe it could be hazardous or something that comes up. Like I could take, for example, state line. I was out of state line doing a compliance inspection. And one of the things to do, of course, I look at the lock door, check the lock door, and so check, make sure the transformers are locked. And then I check the UD ring around it to make sure that, there's not a lot, isn't any grease or anything like that. So that's part of it too. When I do that, for state line, so when I was doing it, I was looking at the turbine, and when I looked at the bottom of the turbine, the base of the turbine has this big bolts all the way around it. So I looked at the base of the turbine, some cracks popping out. So there's some cracking, spalling going on at the base of the turbine around these bolts. So I took pictures of it. We consulted an engineer consultant that worked for us, and they gave me some instructions to send in there in my inspection report to them. So we're doing a follow-up on that because, it looked like they're managing it, they're covering it up, they're addressing the issue, filling cracks and things like that, but it's still got that explanation for it, so we're still follow up on that. So that report will be going on next week. So yeah, we utilize consultants to best we can. Sometimes we don't have that expertise. That's a great way to do this.
Sure. So I would say that it depends on the condition. Some conditions absolutely require us, the department staff, to be physically on site to evaluate that. Others, we may rely on consultants or, condition itself may lend itself to, like, for example, having a stamped, verification that we can rely on. So it really depends upon the particular condition. And then, talking about the desk audit, this is a way to kind of, maybe save a little money, save a little time, both for us and for the certificate holder, but not annually. It would be on every other year cycle. So we absolutely need to get out on site with some regular frequency. So in this facility, this year, we would do it just virtually. Next year, it would be on site. Some facilities, these would be operational facilities with really not much issues or concern. But if there was, either pre-construction or construction, or if there was a facility that we had reports of and had issues with, we need to be out there on site, every year to make sure that everything's going correct. So this is an example of change but it is sort of specific to, certain type of facility, and that meaning, operational and no recent history of issues.
Further, it still goes on South City. So yeah, as these wind farms are starting to age, we're seeing things pop up that we haven't before. COVID was a big hit on these facilities because, there was no workers. So now that everybody, COVID's kind of gone, they're struggling to find good workers and fill those gaps. So that's one of the obstacles that the Secretary has to go. But it's part of if you have a wind farm, you have to do the maintenance. That's just the way it is. So, and that's being reflected with some of the stuff we're seeing come to us, and so there's the inspection request, the Oregon, that article there too. Yeah, so this is what we have to do. It's just going to have to be, we might have to visit a wind farm maybe twice a year instead of just once a year. It all depends how they're maintaining it. If they're fine with it, we're not maintaining it the way we think it should be done, but we're going to be out there more. So they can pay the upfront cost, or they can pay for extra costs of the house or everybody going out on their side. Okay, from our again, I'll start on the next slide. I wanted to update you on the Shepherd's Flat North Turbine fire that happened in 2021. I think I showed you in the last presentation, I showed some pictures of this. I just wanted to kind of follow up. So, so let's go ahead and start. So Shepherd's Flat North is a wind energy. Shepherd's Flat North is a wind energy facility, 6 turbines, and a peaking generating capacity of 265 megawatts. It's located in Biddle County. Similar project update. So the fire took place on January 4th, 2021. The fire was a 2.5 megawatt GE wind turbine. The fire self-extinguished by the morning of January 5th. No injuries to personnel, no property damage outside the turbine. Root cause was a electrical short on tower. Major challenge was power during down on tower. And I'll get into that here in a little more slides. The metal tower component, the metal tower and all components, including the concrete foundation, has been completed and prepped for a new foundation. All turbine components that could be recycled was. And once the rebar shows up, the foundation work will continue putting the rebuild of this turbine about 3 months out. This picture I should show up a little better. This is just what I got the Secretary folder. But as I mentioned on the last slide, the major challenge for the Secretary was how to bring down power safe in a safe manner, avoiding that back turbine right there. This is the tower that the drone got trapped in. Remember last night they sent a drone to do an inspection to see if they can go inside or something. But once the drone got in, the ash kicked up and then they lost sight and they crashed the drone. And they never got it out just recently when they dropped this turbine. But once the plan was formulated, a crane man basket went to the top, very top up here, and connected an anchor point with a cable to hold on to the turbine. Then on March 17, 2022, the Secretary Order then created a safety perimeter in the Arnold turbine with only authorized personnel staged in safety zones. So you can't really say that there's actually a perimeter right here, a safety perimeter right around here.
Just so anybody online can't see that, so make sure you can just describe it again.
Okay, so if you can't see online, they did a calculation of where the turbine's going to fall. So when they did that calculation of where the turbine fall, where they wanted it to fall, they conducted a perimeter around that to safely, they can very well safely. So like I said, a tagline was attached to a bulldozer approximately in this area, keeping the tower stable. While the crew was actually cutting, you can barely see it, there's a cutting mark, cut mark right here. So they used a man basket, went up about 20 feet, or just like, kind of like how you fall a tree, they cut it 270 degrees around the turbine to get it ready to drop. Then once the cut was complete, everybody backed off to their safety zones, so then the bulldozer gave it a good tug. And it collapsed.
When did they take the blades off first, or it was all the blades on?
Everything, yes, everything was still left on it. It was too unsafe to even do anything with it. So once it was complete, the crew, moved to their cab. So like I said, the bulldozer pulled it over. And then this is, for people out there that can't see, basically the turbine fell exactly where they wanted.
They can see that, they just can't see your.
Oh, my clip can't see the point. Oh, okay. Yeah, so the turbine fell exactly where they wanted. They also had barriers, big wood barriers right here to catch the bigger components, because once this fell, they didn't want those bigger components, flying too far away. They wanted to try to contain everything to the safety zone area. So no one was hurt. Like I said, the staff and barriers contain most of the heavy components. Then the site was cleaned up, and all the debris was raked up. Some places vacuumed because of fiberglass, and recycled as it could.
So this is handling. So they're reinstalling the turbine at that site, right? Well, they're gonna need one of those great big cranes to reinstall the turbine. I'm surprised they didn't bring it in to take this down. I am too. But I guess you've gotta have everything ready to go because those cranes are time sensitive. Just get them over.
Cindy, thanks. Speak on it. Can you remind us how tall that turbine is or was, or that?
Go back to the last one, we'll show where it is.
Oh, there you go.
He said that's 20
Like
feet.
So I estimated this cut right at the base of the tower about 20 feet, just because of the size of the man basket. So they're typically 500. No, yeah.
I'm just curious if they get taller and taller and the blades get longer and longer.
For the record, doing those down. Yes, so the biggest, it took almost a year to get this plan formulated. They did bring a crane. They had a crane and a special man basket built for the crane, so they could actually get to the top and apply attachment point for the cable. So that's why the crane is not there now, because it needed to get out of the way, for the fall.
This is saying like the cranes that they use to put them up come in mobile truckloads and then put them together on site, and they're wider than the roads. They have to actually build the roads and then deconstruct part of the road. And they have to be much taller than the tower they're putting up. So my presumption is they've got a much smaller crane in order to do this one rather than when they built the wind farm with everything has to be by clockwork because that crane is really time sensitive. They don't want it sitting there idle. It's a pretty expensive piece of equipment.
So for the record, Councilman Condon, 492 feet. These were, I mean, they're bigger now, but, for a long time.
That's
That's a different blade.
Oh, that's putting black.
Yeah.
For the record, you can slow those down. Have a second. So this slide represents what they've done to date. So this is the exact same place where the last turbine was. They had to basically take all concrete out and start from scratch because of the specific location that this turbine was on the hillside. And the distance it was, the distance of making another one close to the other turbine. So they actually dug all concrete up, recycled it, and this is what it looks like today, and that's where they're waiting for the rebar to come back in. You can see that, I don't know if it's been certified or compacted yet, but it's been compacted right here, and that's where they start their rebar. They start laying it out right there, building basically the cone, then concrete in, and then the panels on top. Okay, let's go to the summary of the reported incidents in 2022. I'm going to do kind of a high level kind of review of these, because a lot of this investigation is still going on behind the scenes. So we're going to start with the summary of reported incidents at the Bigelow Canyon and Wind Farm. I'll go into, like I said, I'll go in more detail, I'll share pictures of some of these incidents in the current slides. So you might want to know the status of all these, all incidents you cite on the slide are still open, needing further review or requested information, except for one. As you can see in February, there was 2 incidents of blade liberation and transformer spill. The transformer spill was a closed issue as the spill has been reported to DEQ and cleaned up, but the blade liberation is still going, investigation is still going on the blade liberation. Then there were 2 issues reported in June, objects falling from the turbine, as well as failure to report a falling object. That object was small. So then in August, the partner received an inspection request. So. Then in August, the department received an inspection request related to complaint regarding fallen objects, oil splattering turbines. Oil splattering on turbines. The department still investigating this issue as well. In September 2nd, issues were noted that the needle valve was found below a turbine. They don't know where it's from. And also an access door was left open. The access door came from a local farmer or a local resident saying they could see the door. The crew went home, the door was wide open. So once I received that, I called the manager straight away and said that he needs to get out there and lock the door. So that door was closed that evening, that night. So it wasn't left. So some of the rules and conditions associated with these incidents that we're reviewing are organizational expertise, OAR 345-022-0010. Condition 4, within 72 hours after discovery of conditions or circumstances that may violate the terms of the condition of the site certificate, the certificate holder shall report the conditions or circumstances to the department. So that's one. And then the next one, it's under public health and safety standards for wind energy facilities, OAR 345-024-0010, condition 37. During construction, operation, and retirement of the facility, the certificate holder shall notify the department within 72 hours of any accidents that may result in public health or safety concerns, including mechanical failures on the site associated with the construction or operation of the facility. Then also, we're looking at condition 43, during operation of the facility, certificate holder shall have an operational safety monitoring program and shall inspect turbine blades on a regular basis for signs of wear. Your certificate holder shall repair the turbine blades as necessary to protect public safety. So that's some of the conditions that we're reviewing with some of the Bigelow's incidents. Okay, so let's continue on. So on this slide, there were individual incidents at Party, Golden Hills, and Lee Jimber 2B. Golden Hills incident was a substation break-in when copper wire was stolen. So it's been closed. At Party, EDQ was But then, so Golden Hills incident was, like I said, a substation break-in when copper was stolen. So they since still secured the substation. State Line back in the day had a lot of theft, and at one time, State Line, somebody broke in, jumped over the State Line fence, started the backhoe, lifted up a whole spool of wire, broke through the gate, put it in the back of his truck, his pickup, not truck, pickup, and got out. I think it's like several miles down the road, and then the axle broke. So, such a pickup was discovered, a pickup, spool of wire, and nobody around.
So of course, I can warn safety.
And they located the owner of the pickup, and of course, and the police officers, this is what was important to me, the police officers, the residents, or police officers, the vehicle, so.
Sure you did.
So, yeah. So at Party E2, Party E2 was not notified of dissolved solvents in excess that, the misnotation was a trigger level that was intended to trigger certain actions to decrease the total dissolved solvents concentrations in the reservoir before they reach an actual permit level of 320 milligrams per liter. Since the permit limit was not exceeded, there was no impact on resources, and that the incident is still open and waiting for DEQ's final review, as well as confirmation of the department that the issue has been resolved. So we're just waiting for the last DEQ sign on, so I can close this incident. And then LJ2B, a transformer spill resulted in 407 gallons of non-PCB oil was released, and that too remains open as the department is waiting for the final DEQ report. So another issue is during the repower of the Shepherd's Flat North Central and South, 5 turbines were found to be potential out of compliance with condition 40B or 40B and or D setback requirements. Condition 40 certificate holder shall construct all facility components in compliance with the following setbacks. Sub D, the certificate holder shall maintain a minimum distance of 110% of the blade tip height measured from the center line of the turbine tower to the nearest edge of any public road or right of way. Certificate holder shall assume minimum right of way with 60 feet. Currently, the affected wind turbines are not operational, and the status remains open as further information is needed. So they will not be run until this is resolved. This is for the state turbines.
So this is now were the blades lengthened as a part of the repowering?
Yes.
So, so I'm just curious, so did they not pay attention to the conditions, or, I mean, what causes the thing? I expect that they mind the setback.
Sure, I'm gonna ask that Sarah. Sarah has been working with FD and following up on it. So I just thought I should bring them to the council. So hate to put you on the spot, Sarah.
This is Sarah Esterson for the record. Demonstrating compliance with the setbacks was a pre-construction condition from our perspective. And the developer gave us engineering drawings and said, we believe we comply. We looked at those drawings and said, where are the layers that show like on GIS, that your drawings demonstrate compliance with the setbacks. That pushback lasted about 3 months, and after that, then they're like, I think we have a problem, and they sent surveyors out. They had already been repowered. And then we said, you're gonna have to report on yourself, which they did, and then they removed the blades and the cells. So they're not operating, but they've also they were fully repowered, except for one. I think they identified the issue where, because Shepherd's Butt North, South, and Central are all kind of like staggered being repowered. So why they thought they meant it when they didn't and said that they did, but when we looked, they didn't, I can't answer that. But that's what we're here for, is to say, prove it. And when we ask that they prove it, they identify that they. So, like Dwayne said, we did get a report by a responsible party in Division 29, which makes them evaluate the significance of the violation. And until they can, I mean, I think they've considered trying to work with the county to establish what the right of way for those roads are, because there's no established right of way, it's an assumed right of way. And then the other one is the lease boundary issue, just, it's all. But anyway, the solution right now is that there's no blades in the cells for which to be non-conforming setbacks.
And I have a question.
Yes.
So, Ms. Esserson, did the documents they sent show they comply initially they thought? Was that by an engineer?
They were Alta drawings, and I would have to, but what they didn't have was the right set of data to evaluate the question. Maybe someone thought, Alta drawings were, it was just a different set of information. And just to add to the story, I guess, and it's not an excuse, but if we remember that for the Shepherd's Flats facilities, it was like cases, and then it transferred to Brookfield. And I think there's been a bit of a learning curve for FSEC site certificate compliance.
Yeah, so this is kind of, we authorized the repowering of those. And now that they know that they can't meet the setback requirement, can they repower something less so that they can meet? Okay,
Because they were compliant before the repower.
right. They had a site certificate and they met the setback requirement in their original site certificate.
And I might just say that this is Marcy, I was going to clarify, you said with a new certificate holder, this goes back to the word that is that is right? Okay. Thank you, Sarah.
For the record, just before you start, this is the kind of stuff that's really beneficial for us. Because, it makes it more clear to us what our conditions should be. Thank you.
Good.
So it almost makes me kind of wonder if one of the conditions should be that their certified engineer stamp on their drawings that they submit for repower. That's the requirements of the condition of approval. Because those engineers are assuming the liability.
Yeah.
Well, Sarah Esterson, for the record, one of the things that we have been doing with the setback condition is clarify that we want maps and tabular data that shows the distance, like what's the setback requirement, what's the nearest road or residence or whatever the setback is, then the distance measured, and then the map that we can look at it. Just because we've had to fight where it's not clear, well, what do you want ODO to verify? And so that's been our fix. I don't, the engineering drawings are tough, they're very big and technical. And if they don't have the GIS layer of whatever we're looking for the setback, it wouldn't give us everything when it's.
Sarah, this is Jordan. At what point was the survey done? Was that suggested by staff, that they do so themselves preemptively?
There was a surveyor out there in July of 2022, recently, to verify this question. Prior to that, I don't know what they thought they did to say they thought they met it. Requested proof.
When you get into these setbacks and measurements and site boundaries and descriptions, seems like a pretty necessary step to get legal.
Yeah.
Even with engineering documents, it should be supplemented with actual survey.
Yeah, so this is handled for those planners that were, there's a lot of road right of ways out there that aren't very specific.
Right.
Yeah. They're described, but that's not where the road got built.
Right.
And so you go through a legalization process in order to be able to identify where that right of way is in relationship to the built road. So I can see where that would complicate this issue.
So just taking the blades and the cells off.
Because that's been, if you understand, it's going to do you any good. And you still don't know where the right of way is.
All right. For the record, we can start again. So I'm going to get to this last slide. So this is a kind of a summary of fires. We'll call the fires together. So none of the fires were caused by the site certificate holder, so that's good. No injuries occurred on any of these fires. It's also great. And then 2 of the incidents are closed, and 2 are open due to cause of the fire still being investigated. And I'll go through some pictures here that are on speaking to these. So here's the blade for declaration. So on February 1st, 2022, at approximately 2:11 a.m., the global wind farm had a blade throw from Vestas phase 1 turbine, and that phase 1 was in 2000. Was built in 2007. It was a 1.65 megawatt turbine. The blade was thrown from the tower and landed in the field approximately 100 yards from the tower and harvested rebuilt. The blade did not appear to have struck the tower. The other 2 blades did not appear to be damaged. At the time, PGE shut down Big Hole Phase 1 to begin investigation into the cause of the failure. There are no injuries or property damage, and the landowners have been engaged and informed. So this investigation is still ongoing. And that's some of the conditions I spoke to earlier, with some of the conditions we're reviewing for the specific incident.
Is that, when this is handled, is that just oil or is that burnt?
I believe it was oil. We'll get into a couple more. So, Councilor Jenkins, yes, I believe it was oil, and we'll get into some more pictures where we'll see that as the evidence. It was lost. So, Wally, can you go ahead and advance to the next slide? Sir's computer's shutting down. We lost connectivity here.
Chair Grail,
Yes.
for the record, this is Perry Choctu. With as many incidents as we've had in the liberation of blades and fires, maybe at some point we need to think about putting a moratorium on time, like they do with plane engines, so or semi engines. they last for so long and mandate the replacement. Just a thought.
Thank you for your comment, Harry.
Did I do it or did you do it? I'll go from here. Actually, okay. So several of the next photos are submitted by a concerned party and as a result of the inspection request to the department. So this is their pictures they sent to us. And what you're seeing here is oil splatter at the top of, top of the tower. Something that's not sealed correctly or some seal failed.
Wait, these ones, we've been able to verify the dates, these photos yet?
Council Secretary Cornett, no, I have requested for these specific dates of the pictures that I'm showing, because I'm trying to basically verify how long this has been going. Just recently, how it's been going on for a while.
But I think that's an important point to note, because you can see numerous photos of this big old canyon. Maybe they're recent, maybe they're not, we don't know yet. So whether or not they all occurred within a short period of time, or if this is over a longer period of time, we're still trying to figure that out.
For the record, Dwayne Hill, Compliance Officer. Yeah, so the concerned party sent these pictures in, and I have a photo of them that I have issues. This is all part of the inspection request. So here's another very concerning picture of, looks like we're trying to sop up some of the oil base of the turbine. We did do some, all DEQ and have them look at some of these pictures, and they verified that they didn't think that these splatters and spills met the requirement of notifying them for the 42 gallons. So like I said, we're still in investigation. Here's another not so good picture, but you can see the blackness on the nacelle. And those nacelles are generally white. This is not, so it's just plays part into the maintenance of this facility. I did learn that after probably the Oregonian came out with the news that PG did send out cranes, and they're starting to cleaning up these towers right now. So here's another picture that I was sent. So this is a missing hatch door that is no longer there. So this is the hatch door that is on the ground. So there's incidents like that going on where hatch doors are coming along, banging, and coming up to the ground. And also this is another, it's a 10-pound metal disc that's found in the field. Came off turbine, they suspect. So that's part of the investigation as well. So this is the substation break-in. So someone cut through the fence on the south side, backside of the turbine substation, small pool of probably 300 feet of copper wires. So they cut the wire, grabbed the spool, got out of there, and then the substation had to be resecured after the fact. So this one on Thursday, August 11th, 2022, approximately 1600, there was a fire building in the wind project. The fire was caused by a combine that caught fire while farming personnel were harvesting wheat. The fire burned approximately 40 acres. Wheat crop, no injuries reported, no plant personnel involved in the incident. Operation was not impacted. So like I said before, none of the fires that happened are the result of from the Secretary of Road activities be able to back up.
When, or the blue area that's kind of on the screen, that's the kind of acreage area, approximately what the fire was.
Correct. So this is the Leaning Juniper 2B transformer spill. So on June 2nd, 2022, Leaning Juniper 2B reported that 497 gallons of non-PCB mineral oil spilled, I mentioned that before, from the pad on the transformer. The spill has been cleaned up. We're still waiting for the report that's needed to be submitted from DEQ, kind of final report. So here's the latest of what it looks like. So, so can anybody find what's missing in this picture? Transformer, correct. So, the transformer, so they're having issues finding transformers now, compatible transformers with these turbines. So that's why there's not one there. We're still looking for a transformer for this specific turbine. They've found reconditioned transformers that they reconditioned, put on the landscape. But this is one of the issues that they're having up there is transformers. So here's another fire at Golden Hills. First, Golden Hills Wind Project reported suspected power line fire that caused a 100-acre fire. Cultivated and uncultivated land, no injuries, no admin grid personnel was involved in the incident, and the operation was not impacted. So you can kind of see in the picture where the fire was near a power line right in here, headed that way.
Good, so Wayne, so on that graphic in the previous graphic where it says on the grid and do on the grid. So it was somebody else's power line. Or
Yes, it was somebody else's power line, but so we request maps and locations of these fires, just because for the fact of having mitigation areas. We want to know that if there was a fire in the area and did it, actually go into the mitigation area, because that gives us a clue that, okay, we're going to need further mitigation or than not having that mitigation area. So that's one reason why we track these to find out where they are. And, we try to solve what summer as well. And it seems like this was something really powerful that was not even, it's powerful.
But not the project.
Not subject.
Projects, powerful.
which brings up associated to the fire that was started by the lane on the farmer. Is the project, the certificate holder required to report an ignition, if they're an ignition source, or any fire of the project area, site, within the site boundary?
Chair Collins, so the best thing to do is, they carry shovels, fire facilities carry shovels, fire extinguishers like that. That's intended to put out small incinerary fires, small fires that can put out. The bigger ones, they have to follow them because, they're not firefighters. So when the report comes to us, mainly it's something that has some impact to the land or impact to the section that get the boundaries that so.
Was the question about reporting?
Yeah, so
The question was, are they obligated to report to us even though they didn't cause the fire?
I believe, yeah, I've been asking for them to report this.
Okay.
Even though they caused the fire, if the fire was on the facility's property, the boundary of the facility, we require them to report the fire.
something that's simple as reporting. Thank you.
So this one was September, all four of these took place relatively, in the last couple of months. So on September 2nd, 2022, at approximately 3 p.m., there was a 375-acre brush fire at the state line wind project, Van Sickle 2. It was not started by NextEra employees or equipment, nor was there any reportable injuries. The cause is still being investigated, operation was not impacted. So this is a perfect example of Chair Condon, that they've asked me if they need to report this, even though that they didn't cause it. And I said, well, if it's on the property, it's a perfect example of that. So this is another one, September 12th, a few days later, State Line Wind Project in Civil 2 reported a 24-acre fire. So this fire is caused by farm equipment, hay baler, so no injuries, operation was not impacted, so. So get to my last two slides. So what I've been working on behind the scenes is I've been working on, so, you know, discussed that Shepherd's Flat or South, Central Wind. And part of the repower, they gave us a kind of a recycle kind of a plan. It's called the GE Repower Decommissioning Equipment Removal Operations Plan. It's for Shepherd's Flat and Central. So, so the next council meeting, if you're agreeing to this, the next council meeting, Representative Section Holder Dan Perry, for Renewable will conduct a PowerPoint detailing the recyclable components at Shepherd's Flat, North, South, and Central. Late better enough to ship to recycle. So what you're seeing here from Shepherd's Flat is, to me, I think is a very real recycling turbine blades. So they're cutting them up into manageable pieces, putting them on the truck, and shipping them to a recycle location where they're actually recycling based blades. So that's going to be a great presentation, and hopefully spur on other facilities to do the same. So,
Chair, is that something, the recycling of the blades as we go into repowering, that we should be asking for, or do we ask for that? But now that we have a demo out there, it makes it easier to say, yeah, we can do this.
for the record, it goes on, Council Fire. So, so this is specific to Shepherd's Flat repowering and GE. So they're the ones initiating. GE is the one that owns the recycling facility. So do they have the capacity of more blades? I don't know.
Do they want to take in?
Yeah, they want to. But to me, it sounds like from the information I'm hearing right now, it's more specific. These are blades that are more specific to the recycling of GE's components for GE's facility they have.
Thank you.
That's what you know, so that's part of the presentation on what we gathers, you know, that we're finally, that they are actually recycling the blades now on the landscape, which is a good thing.
I'm sure. Do you know in recycling, is it put it back into a fiberglass that can be remolded into another product?
Chair, going to talk against the record. So what I gathered, that these specific blades are going to a specific facility where they're actually burning them. I believe.
It's not really recycled.
So, yeah, so that's, you know, we'll get a verification from PowerPoint. If you guys are you guys up for that? Okay, so that'll happen. And then, so here, right here, I wanted to kind of give you some more of the stuff that's being recycled. So in the background there on the left side is the turbine. So notice that little round object is the hub. The gray smiley face component is called the upper blade plate, and that holds the main bearings. Then on the right side is the kind of bluish component there. That's the gearbox. So all these metal components are being shipped to Portland for recycling, for manual recycling. So I'm excited for this PowerPoint. It's a presentation that's coming to the council, and that'll shed more light on recycling and what's going on with Shepherd's Flat. And that.
Thank you. So I just standing from Chair House question. So you're burning fiberglass recycling.
Yes.
Is that right? It seems like we haven't talked about recycling fiberglass. Is anybody recycling fiberglass from, terminals?
Chair Khan, I do not know of anybody recycling fiberglass because once they grind the fiberglass up, it loses its strength, so it cannot be produced, cannot be made for another, cannot be built, another product cannot be built out of it. And also the blades they have a bit of metal in them, they have other components besides fiberglass, they have wood, paper, some of the products as well. So not that I heard of that somebody's actually grinding them up and use them, it would be a great idea to grind them up and use them for filler. Some components, it was feasible, but I have not heard anything so far.
I thought we heard a presentation on a project that the blades would be recycled, and I presume it would be the fiberglass.
For the record, I know there's industry out there looking into this. I don't know if there is, an actual company that's taking these, recycling used for products yet, but I know that there's a lot of new facilities on the landscape in this country. A lot of them, like these, are starting to get repowered or some maybe getting decommissioned. So there's going to be a supply of them. Whether or not there's useful product that can be made from them, I guess we'll see.
Thank you.
And everybody, that concludes my part of the presentation. I'm going to turn over the next slide to Walt.
Thank you.
Thanks. So for the record, Walt Adams, Operations and Policy Analyst with the department. I have 4 slides, Sarah has 1, so we'll try to move through them expeditiously because it's been a long day. So Dwayne gave you an update on incidents that we've had. I'm going to talk about improvements that we've made to the reporting process and basically how we handle incidents. And I touched on this a little bit a couple months ago. I talked about my annual work plan, or the department's annual work plan. Especially this first part, I'm going to talk about 2 things in particular here. So we did a brown paper exercise earlier this year. So basically what the process that we use for handling incidents. And that's done, and the actions from them or from that exercise are complete now. So, we define the process, how we respond to incidents, who's responsible for what. We established an incident database that we didn't have before. So all these are tracked. We do a weekly review of the incidents. We have something that we call our compliance scrum meeting, and we go through a number of things, but this is the first one. Every meeting, basically, we go through open incidents and any follow-ups that are needed so that we don't lose track of these things. Standardize our record keeping, our communication with certificate holders, and then we also stood up a web page with instructions for the certificate holders for reporting of incidents. So I feel, I think I said this a couple months ago, I feel a whole lot better about how we handle these things now, and that we keep track of them, we're not losing track of actions. If somebody asks us about incidents now, we can respond very quickly with exactly, what's happening and the status. The second part of this is still in progress, and that's defining what the reporting requirements are. So this gets a little trickier. There's basically 2, we've talked about this already today, but two things that can trigger incident reporting under our rules. So there's Division 26, and those are the basics. Those are the fire, kind of natural events, human-caused incidents, fatalities, and someone interfering with the safe operation. So I think that's generally what's covered there. But I think it's important to note too, all that's required in Division 26 is notification. That's it. There's no other follow-up. So if somebody tells us we had an incident is in one of those categories, they tell us about it, technically they'd be done unless there was some other requirement that wasn't met. And that's where Division 29 comes in. So Division 29 is broader and talks about basically non-compliance with site certificate condition or council or rule. And in those cases, root cause analysis is required in a report, within 30 days. I'm calling it root cause analysis, you can look at the rule, but that's basically, to me, that's what it says. It says, you know, tell us what happened, what was the cause of the incident, what you're gonna do to prevent recurrence, of the incident, basically, both short-term and long-term. So it's, to me, the proper description of root cause analysis. So, you know, when each of those would be required, what's the council's authority for requiring different types of reporting, and the council's responsibility, obviously, for ensuring the incidents are reported. That's what we're trying to get kind of hammered out right now. We've put together a draft document, we reviewed that internally, asked our DOJ colleagues to review that, and they have and responded with their comments. So now we're looking through those comments. And the end result to be basically a guidance document, the way we're viewing this, that we can issue to the certificate holders so that they will know then what the requirements are for them to report. And I know some of them have expressed a strong interest in seeing and, you know, having that kind of clarified what their responsibilities are. So we should have that done. I hate to put a exact timeline on it, but I'm just saying the next few weeks, I expect we'll have it done to some. So the other thing I want to talk about are responsibilities of different people involved in the compliance process. So, you know, if we go back in time, you know, kind of the early days of facility siting, there really wasn't a formal compliance program. Compliance was handled, I think, more on a hand-hoc basis. Obviously, I'm looking around for that. I haven't been with them part of that long, but from what I understand, you know, from documents I've seen, basically the staff and siting would handle various components of compliance. And that worked, again, in the early days when there weren't many site certificates out there. As, you know, time goes on, you get more site certificates out there and facilities out there. The workload increased, so 10 years ago-ish, I'm going to say the department hired a compliance officer, Wayne, and he has been in a compliance program really, say up until recently. But again, as time's going on and facilities got to a point, probably some time ago, frankly, when, you know, the workload became more than one person who's going to be do a good job on. So what we're moving more forward, and I'm going to credit Sarah Esterson here a lot because she's really taking the lead on this, is more of a team approach to compliance. It's not all on one person. We have multiple people involved. Well, when you go from one person to multiple people, it's important to find who's going to do what. So now we come to what I have on the slide. I don't know if any of you are familiar with this, but there's a process improvement method that I'm familiar with it used before. It's called RACI chart. And a lot of people, it's something that is fairly common that you see people use in industry. So it's and I'm going to show you an example one here in a couple slides, but they're fairly simple. It's a matrix of tasks versus organizational roles. And they highlight the different roles that people may have in a task. So we can talk about that here in a minute. They're very useful for clarifying roles and responsibilities among team members. And just the process of putting one together, I've also found is very valuable. It kind of builds team rapport and helps to get people behind shared goals that you're trying to establish. So I like them from that standpoint too, and found them to be a valuable tool over the years. So yeah. So RACI is basically an acronym. It stands for the 4 different types of roles that somebody can have when you put together one of these charts. R is responsible. Those are usually the doers. People are completing the task. There's accountable. That's the person the buck stops here with. And just one little note, you know, when you put together these charts for a given task, process step, you only have one pay, which makes sense, right? You can only really have one person in a day is accountable by definition, so. Actually, we didn't have this issue, I don't think, when we went through this one, but I've seen this in the past where sometimes there was confusion over that, where you either find as you do the analysis, either nobody wants to have responsibility or you have multiple people thinking that responsibility, so it's important that you clarify that. And then the other two, people who are consulted, and people who are informed of what's going on. So this is the Tracy chart that we put together for compliance. I know it's a little hard to read. It's more, I guess, illustrative than that. We're going to go through this in detail right now. It does not list all of the compliance tasks up there. It lists the major ones that are part of this program. And again, you know, if we'd done this a couple of years ago, it would have been a pretty boring chart because it would have been pretty much one column on it. It would have been Wayne, doing all this stuff. But you know, now it's, so on the left is the compliance officer column, and that's where most of the things are, but, you know, there are other people involved. Our administrative assistant is involved now. Citing analysts are definitely involved, especially when there are more complex issues that need to be followed up on. They get involved. As I mentioned, Sarah is the senior policy advisor, is very involved in this. And then on the far right, we have a consultant who we are using to help us with some of the compliance tasks. And Sarah has been managing that consultant for work. So with that, actually, for the last slide, I'd like to turn it over to Sarah and let her wrap up, not just this, but wrap up the day here, right? So I can step away and sit here.
Need I say more? So, I'm Michigan. And thanks to Wally, I think he found this slide, but, this truly is what we're trying, where we're trying to go. And I think, you know, Dwayne is definitely right there front and center in the middle. We're trying to staff behind him and offer support. But Dwayne has already mentioned it, but again, we're in year 2 of working with Haley Aldrich. They're our consultant that council approved. They have approved sub-consultants, including Boulder and HRA. HRA is Historic Resources Associates that seem to be in the good graces of SHPO, so that we now have specialists in botany and vegetation, geology. We have several engineers that are helping us. They don't stamp things for us, but they are reviewing technical foundation reports and making sure some of these repowers with the old foundations are okay. We have noise specialists at Boulder that have helped us with V2H and then HRA with cultural. And so them combined with in-house staff that are helping where we might not be the specialist, but we are, and we expect our staff to be experts in the rules and standards. And that's pretty technical in and of itself. And so I think the overlay of what we know and what the specialists are bringing to the table is really helpful. But I view our compliance team is now from 1 to 17 in the course of a year and a half. Not full time, but as you know, we have Liz. And so it's a lot, but council approved a project that we view as one of the biggest pre-construction, construction compliance obligations that I think we will have ever seen. So we need to be ready. This project being Boardman to Hemingway has more private landowners than any project has ever touched. And we certainly want to be able to explain to council what's going on, trying to make sure everything is, I don't want to say perfect, but as close to being exactly as it should be as possible. So I just want to say thank you to Dwayne and Wally and Todd, who's done so much to help us try to grow this program.
So thank you. Just really quick, I'm curious with respect to budgeting and conversation with the legislature, you know, making these changes once the dean is kind of represents a fairly large resource. minute. And is there a role that council members play, or does the department just go to the legislature and say, we're, this is what we need? What's the process?
Secretary Brenna, please.
That's a couple of different things kind of in my response. One is funds. So how do we, if we need more, how do we have the funds? So we already have a consultant. We don't need funds there because we already have a consultant on a master contract. We have the authority to, Dwayne talked about earlier in the presentation about the annual assessment. So we do an assessment for each facility saying, what do we expect it to cost to do compliance with that? And, we've increased that recently because, again, we looked at what are the things that we've been doing, what are the things that we need to be doing. So we have increased that, but we justify it. And so the statutory provision related to that is just like an application amendment, reasonable, just, and necessary. We can justify that there is a need to, in this case, have these resources to show that there's a compliance with all the certificate conditions, then we have that reasonable, just, and necessary sort of argument to make. Careful, obviously, we don't want to just, sort of increase it for the sake of increasing it. We have to sort of look at it and say, what do we need? Why do we need it? Is there a rationale and justification to, evaluate those conditions, go on the site inspection, whatever it is, we have to be able to justify it. And so again, going back to the consultant, already have it. Going back to the site analyst, already have that. So, we may not have time, but we have the bodies, so we can get those in. So you've also previously been introduced to Liz, our new compliance officer. We've had for the last two biennia kind of placeholder positions, and that's getting back to your kind of legislative question. Is we've had two limited duration positions for one oriented toward the compliance officer and another senior site analyst, in case we need the bodies. And because we are pretty typically biennium to biennium, 75% fee driven, meaning the entirety of the site division is paid for by either applications and amendments or compliance fees, then we have to be able to justify within that model that we have enough work to have that position funded 75%, or in this case, for a compliance officer, 80%. So that really goes to Sarah and I to say, what's our forecast? And sort of what I chimed in early on when Dwayne was showing the number of construction projects and talk about the number of pre-construction conditions associated with those, the number of construction conditions, the number of operations, shrink all of those down by facilities and like nothing going on in construction, it's a legitimately reasonably one-person job, maybe, but now where we're at, and particularly Sarah said, with Boardman and Hemingway, if they go into construction, that's a whole huge thing. So we need to have those sort of bodies to do it. And we did that analysis and we came to the conclusion that yes, for the foreseeable future, we have enough to justify an extra body, which is why we then solicited and got Liz, of course, because we have the need not to do other things, but just compliance. So two full-time compliance officers and, the consultant and the site analyst, and Sarah puts a lot of time into it as well. And Walter's been putting a lot of time into it, he's been doing a lot of process improvement, but in sort of helping to come up with the ways of doing the process improvement, he's also dug into a lot of the actual substantive compliance issues as well. So we have been putting a lot of resources into compliance, recognizing, and this isn't just the last month, but the last 6 months, we've been thinking about this for several years and finally been able to really kind of put it forward, and I would say, Sarah's really pushing on this for 3 maybe years, probably that, but we really sort of pushed hard on it the last 2 years.
Do you feel like the resource, you kind of had resources? With resources, given the consultants?
Well, it goes back to your question, like, how do you upsize, like, if I had to say, oh, we need 3 compliance officers, I don't have to. Through, and we just got through, we're not entirely in the budget process exactly, we said it's led to the next legislative section. But functionally, we already made the pitch to have, that limited duration position continue actually as a full-time position in the next biennium. If I wanted to add another one, probably a little bit difficult now, because we're timing with the budget process. So again, the difficulty for us is we don't really work very well, apply to be very responsive to immediate circumstances on resources. We really have to plan for those well ahead of time. Now, we do go to the emergency board, the session of the budget process that's complex. There are ways to do it, but right now, we've done this analysis, officers. But I mean, again, we have responsibilities to sector the goals to, be reasonable, just necessary. So part of this is we have to come up with a plan, we have to execute that plan, and then we have to assess, do we have adequacy of resources at that point? We've done the assessment, we're putting that into executing that plan right now. Maybe we're right, maybe we're wrong, maybe we have too many resources, maybe we don't have enough. But until we fully kind of flesh all of this out over the next 12 months and sort of let it settle down a bit, I'm sure it will, but that being said, we have to sort of move forward, assess, move forward, assess. And we're kind of in that period right now where we're doing a big move forward, as you heard today, and then we kind of have to assess, where we're at. And also, going back to the terror question, what's coming down the, in the next 6 months, the next year, the next 2 years, how much can we legitimately forecast what our needs are for, this is specifically applying, but the same question that you're asking goes to applications and amendments, so we have the right staffing and resources for that. So it's not a perfect situation for us. All we can do is, forecast what our needs are going to be in order to be able to make a legitimate argument to justify the staffing for that time. That was a very long answer. So, was that? Yes.
Vice Chair.
Just quickly, Sarah, or Ms. Esterson, in your presentation, you referred to staff as not having the best. So I would say special. So I would say staff are.
We're special generalists.
I'm the expert in everything. And just an observation that you are doing a great job collecting the data that will be used to justify the assessments. But think about the world changing. I think the repowering is a great example. Figure out what kind of load that's going to put on compliance, because I think as Councilperson Tanto mentioned, these are getting older, they're getting better. So start to really hone in on how big a compliance with that is as you start seeing pictures of leaking oil and flying beer, right? Because that's a changing world. The demand side, just in terms of the number of facilities, and then I think pointing out the load at H2H, whenever it starts construction, that's going to be, I didn't say a full-time job for someone, or for someone's as you bring in consultants, because looking at the conditions we put on, it's a heavy lift, but I think that the data you're collecting will make the case or why this is so important. Just, that's an umbrella.
All right. Well, thank you, Dwayne, Sarah, Wally, appreciate it. This was very informative, I think, for all of us, and look forward to learning more as you go through the process. Anyone have any final comments, questions? Okay, then. Well, we are at 2:59. Are there any final comments, questions from council on anything?
Next meeting's the 21st, so we don't know where yet.
Probably here, there's no driver per location, so unless Cheryl Wells had a particular location, we haven't had a conversation yet, we haven't yet.
Why? We did. Here. So here. And, yes, that would be great. And if no one has any else, then this is adjourned at 2:09 PM. Thank you.